to see if they can hear me, which they should. Wait, why is it streaming the owl though? Like right now it's streaming this. So they should be able to hear me. Why is it streaming that?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So anyone that was in the room at that point could hear me do that. That's going to be on the YouTube stream too. So now I think... can they still hear me? Oh, that's weird actually. It's supposed to be muted.
Alright, so we haven't muted it. Sorry everyone listening to this stream as we are trying to figure out how to best work this.
Yeah, I don't think this works. I think it's just permanently on.
Alright. As we are trying to figure out how to best work this.
And this also doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think this works. I think it's just permanently on.
One, maybe. Okay, they have a lot of really nice houses. They don't live in the richest area, but it's like it's nice.
It's really like 1 million.
It's all the tech, all of the young.
Right.
They actually, they
And you're like,
My father was
volunteering
Okay.
right now. Like, I want to help out. Oh no, that's already been done. Where can I help out? I want to help out here. And then there's already
Are
you talking about that experience right now?
right now from the top.
That's our project.
They had a
What is this? I don't know. Are there volunteers needed in
I don't know. I was.
These are about,
I was
making money.
making money. I was more upset than they were. They were tearing down the house.
There's a couple of
Where are you
volunteers somewhere. I've just been going from room to room to like make sure.
Yeah. But my wife, she studied in France.
Oh, really?
The U.S. That's how we met.
Is it just like streaming and streams going out?
20 years ago now?
So I'm gonna go back first because I've had too much.
Oh, okay. Oh, you came in Korea.
I'm living in Korea.
Okay.
I came for this.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry that yesterday was such a disaster.
Yeah. And
But so, where do you work?
I'm working for safety experience and firefighting experience. Yeah.
WIO. It's very Korean. Very Korean.
Okay, everyone. If you are here for the visualizing edits and whatever we call the session, you're in the right place. If you're not, you will get to learn about that.
So we're gonna mostly be doing kind of a live demo based session. So high risk, high reward maybe. We're going to be showing off a tool that we've been working on called the Impact Visualizer, which you can get to at impact-visualizer.wmcloud.org. So if any of y'all want to try out some of these tools for yourselves, you're welcome to do so. Just caveat, if you try to do it now and everyone is doing it at the same time, it'll probably take a while for people's data to get processed in the background, but that's okay. So the concept of this tool is that we wanted a way to kind of show off the aggregate impact that programs have over time. We wanted something where we could go to a funder and say, hey, you funded work that was focused on improving articles about underrepresented people in science. Now let's see, over time, you've been funding us for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Well, what kind of impact has that had, and how does that play in the big picture of Wikipedia? And so the current state of our tool is that you can the principle of it is that you create a topic, which consists of a list of articles that you provide. And then you can also give it a list of users that are representing the people that you want to highlight their contributions within those articles. And you can then generate a pretty wide range of statistics about that. So I'm going to start by showing off one that we like to use at Wiki Education to kind of highlight some of the work of a particular topic area professor who's done a lot of work in that. So we have a professor who's been teaching intro to geology classes for many years now through Wiki Education's programs. And he always has his students work on biographies of women geologists. And so we collected up from Wikidata all of the instances of geologist where it had data to indicate that it was a woman, and fed that into the system as the topic, and then we fed in all the students that had worked through this professor's classes, And so that's when you get then 448 articles, 12% of which were created by the students, and then you can look at the data from all the way from the beginning of Wikipedia up to the present. So in this particular topic, you see a little bit of a pattern that's pretty common, which is that in the first years of Wikipedia, you may be familiar with a mini graphs of kind of this shape right here, where Wikipedia starts very small and then rockets up to the huge influx of activity that happened in 2004, 2005, 2006. That's when a lot of articles were created and the kind of largest share of the editing community came together. And for most articles, and for sort of Wikipedia as a whole, then activity kind of trails off and you'd see it going down. But with this particular topic, it sort of represents an angle that the community became focused on of, hey, we want to make sure underrepresented people have, their biographies on Wikipedia. We want to make sure that we're not underrepresenting women in science. And so like around the sort of like 2010, that's when some of the first community efforts started picking up to sort of like focus on underrepresented people. And that's why you get this tick up that's starting to happen in 2010 through 2015. Then Professor Dolphin started teaching his class in 2016, and so that's when you see the first set of articles that are being created by the students. But you also see another common pattern when you have any kind of sustained effort to focus on a topic area, which is that in addition to the sort of activity and influx and energy that the people that you bring to Wikipedia have, they also really spur a lot of activity from the rest of the community. And so that's why you see both the higher levels of activity from the students that are creating these articles, but also more articles than ever being created by the rest of the community as well. So this is kind of one of the core things that you can do with kind of data storytelling with the tool that we've built. Now, you can also see kind of like, well, how did the number of articles change over time as kind of a cumulative thing here. So see, it's been kind of steady building of these articles about women geologists, but accelerating since 2016. And, down here.
Odd. Is the laptop still on, or did the laptop? Yeah.
There we go.
And we have a couple of other kind of ways to visualize things. So you can look at the number of revisions over time. And similarly, kind of that steep spike since 2016. And then you can look at the amount of content in the articles. So this is based on sort of taking the attribution from the who wrote that tool, the same backend that does that. This is how we attribute which people added how many words to these articles. And then you can look at the machine learning predictions of article quality over time. So you see this is even more dramatic, where the sort of like stub portion is very small, and sort of the predicted quality of the set of articles has increased pretty dramatically in recent years. Another neat feature that we have for it is that you can use Wikidata to classify articles and sort of break them down along different dimensions. So we have one classifier that we've set up for biographies. So of these 484 articles, we kind of expect them to be all biographies of women, because that's how I got it in the first place. So if we switch over to, well, how many are biographies versus something else? There's one case where it's not listed as an instance of human, so that's a little bit of a mystery, and I'm not sure what happened there. But we can also then say, okay, and then of those, let's break them down by gender. And so here we can see there are a couple where Wikidata is indicating that the gender is male, and I don't think we have any where it's neither male nor female in the Wikidata entry for it. But then the most interesting one that you can do is then country of citizenship. So for all the ones that have this data on Wikidata, you can see which ones were created in terms of over time, like from which countries. So this is where it gets interesting, where it's sort of like you can get a new view into the data that you wouldn't necessarily have. So that's kind of the core set of features that we have for this. There's also some kind of work in progress features that are a little more granular, where we have this chart of average daily views, and you can actually hover over it to see individual ones. If any of you are familiar with the Italian schools project that created some visualizations around like how content is evolving relevant to Italian schools curriculum that some folks at Wikimedia Italy worked on several years ago, they now have a project to extend that kind of visualization work to climate change topics, and so we're working with them to incorporate some of their visualizations. So this part of the system is still an early work in progress, but we're going to add some more kind of fine-grained data exploration tools where you can really drill into a topic and see, hey, for each article, like kind of how does it measure up against the rest of the articles in this collection. So if you want to use this tool, the way that you do it is you'll sign in using your Wikipedia account, using OAuth, and then you can go to manage your topics, and that's where you'll be able to create a new topic. So I'm just going to kind of walk through what that process is like. And at this point, if anybody has kind of like, burning topics that they want to like talk about, then we can see whether that's something that's accessible to kind of try out with this tool or not during the live demo.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So I started a project, Psych Plus Feminism, some time ago, and I've had classes that I've taught, and we've been writing biographies since about 2016, and I would love to see, so there is a wiki project that's called Psych Plus Feminism.
Okay.
Or it might be called Women in Psychology. I Google, if you look for Psych Plus Feminism.
Okay, Psych Plus Feminism. It's probably going to be in Wikipedia space. This might take me a little bit.
Sorry, I can give you the It might be called Women, sorry.
Sure, let me know what it's called. Or any kind of shortcut that I can get to.
Change the namespace.
It's called Women in Psychology.
I tried that once. I did this, and then I hit search, and then it added it back. Is that normal?
You have to specify it.
Oh,
the
okay.
Wiki Project Women in Psychology.
All right. Wiki Project Women in Psychology. Great.
And then we get with the second,
So we'll see how well this can work. This is going to be an experiment in live fun. Wikipedia, Wiki Project, Women in Psychology?
Yes. Women in Psychology.
Women in Psychology. Yes, okay, got it. So, where do you have, is there among this kind of a either
So I have my dashboard that has all my classes.
That's perfect.
And my dashboard goes back to whenever the dashboard was created.
Great. Is this on Programs and Events dashboard?
It's on ours, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wiki dashboard, yeah.
Okay.
So it goes back to fall 2016.
And this is probably all under your username? What's that?
Brooks_Patty.
Brooks_Patty with a capital P?
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
But yeah.
It probably does.
Probably doesn't.
But, oh, got it. Okay, great. So this is all of your classes that you've taught through Wiki Education, which is perfect. This happens to be a well-supported use case. So,
we did not plan Patty.
So if I return to my page where I'm creating a new topic, I'm gonna put in a topic name, and it's gonna be Women in Psychology, Women in Psych, and I'm gonna,
Psych Plus Feminism.
Sure. I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're going to work on English Wikipedia. We're going to label our participants students. Is that accurate? Okay. And then for the start date, I usually like to do it all the way since the beginning of Wikipedia because you get kind of the interesting data that way. But you can look at a narrower range if you so choose. And then for the end date, we'll go up through the present. We'll do it by years so that it's not too bad.
I won't break because the date is before Wikipedia.
That's okay.
Okay.
I just
25th birthday's coming out.
Yeah, it started in 2001 and we have data from that year, so just for the sake of like year binning, I put it at the beginning of the year, but that's something that we'll work on. So then I'm going to go to the tools here, and one of the tools is Education Dashboard tool. So in this case, I should be able to enter your like user page, your user profile page here. No, that's not it. Wait, oh, Dashboard Education User Tool. That's right. And then it's already on dashboard.wikimedia as opposed to Outreach Dashboard. So that's great. And we'll enter your URL here, or we could just enter your username. There was an issue fetching the data. That's rude. Extremely rude.
No one could.
Well, we have, great. So as live demos often happen, it didn't work. And I'll figure out why later. But the ideal situation would be that it would have generated a whole little list of the articles edited and such. Now, let's just see if I can see if it'll work if I try a narrower bit here. What? Leanna?
Yeah, just for one of the courses.
I think I got it. If you just like full title case Brooks padding the space.
Thank you.
There we go.
So this has pulled from the dashboard all of the articles edited across all those courses, as well as all of the students. And so I'm going to take the articles and the students and export each of them to CSV, and that is what I will use to add the list of users and the list of articles. So we have users, add the usernames.
So while Sage is doing this, I'll say we jumped over there to Wiki Education's dashboard because Patty has been teaching with Wiki Education, which is our organization, but this also works for those of you who are using the program and events dashboard, and you just need to toggle the dashboard selection there from dashboard.wikiedu.org over to the outreach dashboard.wmflabs.org, and that will pull in any of the events or programs that you've been doing and monitoring on the dashboard as well. So just because we used it here doesn't mean it does not work.
As this presentation goes, we'll wait for this to run and we'll see if we get any results by the end. We might or might not. But as a kind of example ahead of time, I created one that I thought would be relevant for us today, which is the NYC 400 project. So this is a project that Wikimedia in New York City has been doing.
Basita's right back here.
The gist of it is they have been collecting up sort of nominations for a list of 400 articles about people and neighborhoods in New York City that haven't gotten the kind of coverage that they merit. And they have a panel of people to kind of winnow down those nominations to 400 of them. And there's a page on Wiki that is starting to list the neighborhoods and people that they've selected here. So I did just kind of a quick and dirty version of pulling together topics from this. I used PetScan to find all of the links from that page that I just showed, this NYC 400 page. And then I scraped all of the usernames from Wiki Project New York, and that's what I used as the kind of people to focus on. And it found 371 articles that have that were sort of like recognized by the system, and churned through the numbers, and I refreshed it this morning so that it would be a little better. But one thing that I added was a classifier for from Wikidata, the neighborhood. So try to figure out, hey, of these, like, how many are neighborhoods, how many are people? So I applied both of those, and so we can see, hey, how many are biographies versus not biographies, and when were they created? And this shows a more typical pattern of topics that have not been a heavy focus of kind of like making up the gaps on Wikipedia, which is to say that the vast majority of these were actually created early in Wikipedia's history, and then now, all the way to 2025, now here's where you're starting to see the little spike of activity from the energy that's being driven to Wikipedia by this project specifically. And then we can similarly, so this is kind of the overall set of them, switch to only the biographies versus non-biographies. So only a small fraction of these are biographies, but most of the ones that were created in 2025 are biographies. So a little sort of interesting results already there. We can look at biographies by gender, and here there's not very much data on Wikidata about this set of people. So many of them, Wikidata knows that they're humans, but doesn't have an entry for gender for them. But a relatively even breakdown among those that have the data. And then we can also then look at by country of citizenship, and here most of them not unexpectedly are Americans, but one person from Nigeria, and then some others that we are not displaying the data because of a little bit of a quirk that we'll work out in the dash in this tool. But we can switch over to looking at neighborhoods. So of these, you see maybe about half of them are neighborhoods, which is probably what we'd expect from browsing that list. And then I did a quick sort of check of a couple of Wikidata items to see, hey, what could we learn from Wikidata that's interesting about neighborhood items? And one thing that many of them have is like what administrative entity they're within. So I applied that here, and now we get kind of a breakdown of, hey, like how many of these are in which kind of larger entity. And you'll see from the list on the side here, this is kind of one of the, I think, really neat use cases for this tool is it lets you get a picture into the like lack of structure and the sort of like needs of curation on Wikidata. So the data for these neighborhood articles is a mix of like some are located in New York, some are located in New York City, some are located in Queens, some are located in Bronx Community Board 10. So there's a lot of dissimilar data on Wikidata, but this lets you kind of get a picture of, hey, if we want this well represented on Wikidata, what are some of the missing pieces and ways that we need to make the data more consistent? And we can see the other kind of features similarly here about the change in article quality over time, all this sorts of stuff. So that is the kind of core of what this tool does, and I'm looking forward to people playing around with it and telling me the problems that they run into, because it's still in some senses kind of in early stages in terms of how much use that it's been put through yet. Let's see. I'm going to refresh this page and see if we... Okay.
Here, Marshall, why don't you ask while we're refreshing here?
Yeah, so we got through the first process
My
of
quick
that.
question is, for that graph that's article quality over time, is that showing, like if we look at the 2016 like slice, it's like of articles created in 2016, this is their current quality?
No,
it's showing
this is...
how the quality changed for a cohort of articles over time.
This is showing how the quality changed for a cohort of articles over time. So this space here at the bottom is missing. And so that goes from all of them being missing at the beginning to none of them being missing here. But then for the rest of these, yeah, every year it's looking at.
How'd you do it? How do you pick up the historical quality of what an article was in the past?
So this is all based on the machine learning models, not talk page ratings. But you can give it a revision, and it'll score that revision. So we just find the first, like the boundary revision for that time period, and get the prediction for that.
Thank you.
But it's using the current model.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Is it ORIS score?
That's correct. It's going through the current article quality lift wing model for all of it.
Historically, like standards have changed, and so the revision score using stuff from 5 years ago will actually come up with different scores. This is retrospectively.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's comparing it out to the same standards of the current model.
Yes.
Any other questions?
So if I understand what you're doing, this is basing it around the dashboard structure. So if you want to do something that wasn't a class at a time, you have to kind of go out and hard code, okay, what's my list of articles and create a class for that, and what's my list of editors and create a create a set of students for that?
Yeah, great question.
And so my question from that, so I'm glad I understand that, but my question from that is, I could see it being like insanely useful to have a tool that lets you just specify a Wikidata query and get the set of articles that match the Wikidata query and feed that in?
Yes. So one of the things that you can do is there are other tools that do exactly that pretty well. PetScan being kind of the most flexible and useful, right? You can use PetScan to get a collection of articles based on a Wikidata query.
Okay.
And so if you do that on PetScan and just enter the query ID, it'll use that to pull in your list of articles.
Fabulous.
And this tool is all like kind of on the front end here.
Yeah.
In this tools dropdown. So essentially, this is all just JavaScript that will let you download a CSV of articles from different places. So you can do that from data from the dashboard. You can also do that from PagePile, from a PetScan query, and then we also have a kind of really basic Wikidata tool here where you can say, hey, I want to find based on occupation, and then you kind of enter the queue for whatever kind of occupation record that you want to find, and then it will find articles that are humans. This is kind of a biography-oriented selection, but like it's kind of tried to do like kind of some low-hanging fruit of like, hey, if you don't know how to query Wikidata, what are some common patterns that you might want to collect a set of articles based on?
Is there potentially a tool that would then take that set of articles and give you all the editors who worked on them?
Well, that.
Could you pull that?
We haven't built anything like that, but seems totally feasible.
Because that would be so much fun. I love this. I'm really excited about this, by the way. Like, I'm super excited about this.
What would you want to do with the list of editors?
Well, okay, so what they're saying is that the graphing structure, the display structure of this is using a set of articles and a list of editors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I need both of those things, like my example would be, I've got a very small but lovely data set that's African American scientists and technicians on the Manhattan Project. It's like, it's only 27 people.
Flop it over.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
I made that one.
And I'm like, I want to see, I really want to see the results for that.
Can you see it as mine, or do I need to log in?
I can find it on the back end.
Okay.
But it's
you did
basically...
I did it on r-.
On ours?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to log in there then.
And it's like there's, I mean, it's basically the wiki.
I have it for what Wiki
You actually did it?
Program participants have done.
And by the way, I love what you've done with that. I've given talks about how that information has traveled.
Yeah.
And it's really impressive.
Yeah, and we use the
oh God, send me this URL.
That's right, yeah.
You make me so happy.
Oh no. Okay.
Never
And
mind.
is Wikipedia sunlighting the dashboard process other than the education?
What was, sorry?
Like I heard that some of the tools, the dashboard tools are being sunlit, like not supported in the future. Like there are a couple of dashboards I've run into with Wave and Do News. We're just using the education dashboard because other dashboards,
You
like
mean
the
sunset?
outreach dashboard.
Sunset or
Sunset, like it's going away.
No, there are, so we run 2 instances of the dashboard, one of which is the programs and events dashboard that is open for anyone to use to track their editathons and other things, and one is for Wiki Education's programs. And we're committed to supporting both of those. There are some feature differences between them. There's some things that, like, mainly geared towards educational environments and like English-speaking classroom settings that are sort of like our dashboard is specialized around and has some different features, and we haven't adapted those to be flexible enough to kind of like turn on for the other dashboard, but
Yeah, maybe we should have started with, so Sage and I are both employees of Wiki Education, which is the organization that built the dashboard and has built this Visualize the Impact tool. Sage is the one who did it here. And so we use those for our programs supporting higher education and other editors in the US and Canada, where we focus our programmatic efforts, but we have also created a second version of all of the tools that we have on WMF Labs that are open for anyone in the community to use. So if you've used the Programs and Events dashboard on Labs, you have been using sort of our software, and what Sage was just showing there, inputting the user, you will be able to do that. And I would reiterate, you know, we at Wiki Education are committed to continuing to support these tools. We know they are used widely across the globe, across all different kinds of projects. And I certainly know the challenges in having unsupported tools and trying to run programs with those. So that's not something that we are planning to sort of do away with at any point in time.
That's why we use the Wiki Education dashboard. We know that those are going to be supported.
Yeah.
I think we might have it, and it's like a different one than one of these. I think we created multiple versions of tests for that. So if you do want to log in,
see if I can find it.
Yeah, or you can find it. We'll switch computers and demo from a different computer. Meanwhile, let's check back in how we're doing with Women in Psych here. Still queued at 0%, which suggests that somebody may have gotten in before us to start a new topic running, which is fine. But yeah, somebody did. Well done, whoever was quick enough to add their entry to the.
I have. Oh yeah.
So the ETA is blank though, right? That's not second to last column.
This is
all right. It's
this
work in
is
progress.
Admin
Work in
thing
progress.
that-
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't worry about anything you see here. Pay no attention.
Pay no
to
attention.
the
Yeah, that's
code behind the mirror.
Whenever you're ready.
All of Wikipedia
Okay.
is a work in
Exactly right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there you go. Look at that. Oh, it just worked for you.
So here you go, African Americans in the Manhattan Project. So this happens to be something that that Wiki Education has worked on. So these is our we've done a series of projects with student editors who are working on improving and adding biographies of diverse people in science, and so this was a particular focus area of ours. And so you can see there were very few. There were sort of like one article a year for a couple of years, and then this was a huge focus of ours in 2023 and 2024. And you can see the sort of pale ones are the ones that our students did. So it's you can look at the same article count, the revisions, and the words added in general. So you can see, I think there was some substantial sort of work that was done around this. Maybe this was you, even, on the articles that already existed in 2020 and 2021.
Well, the thing that's really, like, I'd have to double check which year it came out, and I just gave a talk on this, so I should be able to remember, but I don't. But there's like a data point in there where I wrote the article, African American Scientists and Technicians on the Manhattan Project, and after I wrote that article, it took off. And before that, like, there's another bump there, and I think that's around the time that I released a whole bunch of images of the people.
Yeah.
And it's like you can track it over time how these things all interacted, and then at some point you guys picked it up and it took off.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, this is so great. This is just so amazing.
And that was, I think, one of the most exciting discoveries for us as we started exploring this with different ones related to our projects, was just seeing that, like, the way that a little bit of student edits into a topic area
instructor, it would be great to see, because students edit stubs. So it would be great to see the stubs for a semester and then have students in the next semester add to those. So is this a use case for something like your tool?
I'd have to think about that. Maybe, but that's not where we've geared any of the features so far, I would say.
The data is probably there, it's just a matter of building something to put the pieces together and actually get this specific list out of these criteria, getting data here and there.
Yeah,
right.
I think we could create, because if from the dashboard, right, there's the list of articles edited by the students, and so if you're looking, you can pull from that, and then you could put that into the available, I know this session is not about the dashboard, but you can put that into the available articles section for your next term's dashboard, and then that gives students the available articles is a feature that gives them a list then that you have pre-selected as the instructor for them to work on. Or to expand this out beyond the education use case, if you're doing an edit-a-thon and you have a list of like, hey, here's the sort of things that we want to focus on. So for example, the New York City 400 would be a good discrete set of articles. You can add that into the available articles list, and then those are the ones that you're sort of proactively encouraging students or participants to work on.
And just one more part of the tools section that I wanted to show off for folks, just because it's a kind of neat thing that I haven't seen similar examples of. But we can look, so there's a category tool, which if you've ever worked with Wikipedia categories, you know that it can be kind of a mess, that like the sort of like subcategories don't necessarily reflect exactly the scope that you expect they might from the parent categories, things like that. You might sort of like have a subcategory where it takes it in a whole different direction. And so you can't reliably just say, hey, give me all of the articles in this category and all of its subcategories and expect that to reflect the scope that you want. And so we built a tool that kind of lets you interactively like pare down the category tree to select some of that. So if we do, what's a good category example here? Guitarists.
I was going to say the one I used was women in STEM, or women in science, I guess.
Sorry, too late.
Yeah,
so here, the category guitarists on Wikipedia, and you can see all of the subcategories for it and say, okay, well, I want, bass guitarists, no, that's not really guitarists, I don't want them. And you can kind of, you can select or unselect different parts of the category tree as you go. So I want all the steel guitarists, and it's doing queries like as we go here, and so it's making a whole lot of different category queries on Wikipedia. So it can be can take a little while to do it, but we say, hey, yes, no, not women bass guitarists, but other women guitarists are fine, and so on. And so you can kind of drill down a category tree and select the branches that you want, and as you do, it'll collect up just those articles that are part of that, and then you can use that to fill in your get the CSV of those articles and download it. So this is something you can play around with if you ever want to kind of pare down a category tree and you're frustrated with navigating through Wikipedia or cutting and pasting or whatever arcane code you found to try to do that.
If you're using PetScan, I think we talked about that earlier. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with PetScan, but it's a highly powerful tool that enables you to generate lists of articles based on categories that you put in, and that can be either Wikidata or Wikipedia categories, and you can pull together then a list of articles that is great for this or for if you're just using a dashboard in general.
And the selection, it's selected articles. And we can eliminate duplicates are eliminated, I guess?
Yep.
Or, okay. And can it show us what the frequency of the article?
No, it's not really geared towards cleaning up the categories.
Or helping, okay.
Yeah. Well,
So right now we're looking at anyone who is a pedal steel guitarist or any of these, who has any of these like woman guitarist categories.
Yeah, so it's hard to see maybe from the level of zoom here, but like you can check the boxes for for each of these categories, and that means it'll try to select all of the articles that are sub-articles of that category.
Blue thing mean?
Oops.
There's 3 blue things.
The blue things mean that it hasn't completely fetched all the
okay.
data for that tree, and it decided that
It's still working.
it reached some limit and said, okay, well, we've made like a lot of queries. Are you sure you want to go down this category tree any further? If so, you can click into it and resolve that.
Is there a way to find the group of people who are in all of the categories as opposed to like adding the people in each category?
That's pet scan.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do a unique
Yeah.
What is that called?
pet
Pet
scan.
Pet scan?
Yes.
Pet scan, like a pet scan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ads can, but more general.
Yeah.
And teaching you how to use pet scan is not in the scope of this workshop. So.
if you know the pun, it's a great name, and otherwise.
And how do you access that tool?
It's on Wikimedia
PetScan,
Labs. I think
yeah.
it's petscan.toolforge.org.
It's amazing. It's worth
Yeah.
lots. Yeah.
No.
If you Google pet scan Wikimedia.
Yeah.
It's easy to find.
Oh, is it?
So I was just Googling pet scan.
Is it on WM Cloud?
I don't know how to use your computer.
Yay.
Let's see. Yeah. This is not helpful.
This is not.
Anyway,
No, that's not.
Google for it. Wikimedia pet scan.
There you go.
None of those first 3 are in.
Yeah, first one.
Pet scan,
First,
WMF Labs, yes.
Petscan.wmcloud.org.
Why do there so many domains for these things? We have like
Yeah, well, that's
4
they
domains
keep
for
changing
tools.
URLs, that's
Yeah.
why.
You don't ask me about that. That's not my problem.
Not their problem. It gets confusing.
Yeah, canonical is what. Okay. Right.
Any other questions? Well, thank you all so much. You've been a
Do we have Patty's?
attentive and fun audience. Let me check. I'll see if we made any more progress on our attempted live demo.
I see a circle.
No, we're still waiting to generate the data.
We'll follow up with you, Patty, on that. All right. Thank you all.
I want to talk to you guys.
So I just think that tracks that happened next step starting with the first
Was it
thing
to
that I
begin
said.
with? It was working to begin with, right?
Yeah.
behind yours.
Oh, nice. That's good. That's good development.
So I need to you want to take another photo? Yeah, 100%.
I like downtown Brooklyn.
I can go down to meetings, but weird. Get the so it would, but if you don't, I can always unlock it like within 5 minutes. Is this speed is it Android or Android? Oh, okay, then I can. So otherwise, I have to take one on my. Go to use yours. Yeah, but then I can't drop it onto yours. Oh, because it's a damn iPhone. Yeah. So let me take it on yours. Yeah. I might just ask you to. I can always. Yeah. So I won't say anything to disturb you. I'll just hand you the frame and I'll do it.
You know, I learned on Wikipedia long ago, don't edit in public. So I introduce historic stuff, shows that people don't know about from 100 years ago.
Is it time?
It is time, yes.
35?
Yep, it's 2:35. And you're streaming, you're live on as well. Yeah.
Anything that's recent? Oh, yeah. Forget. You're repeating that.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Nice, welcome back from the break. My name is Omoro Dion Okwongai. I'm a doctoral student.
You want to stand here for the camera?
For the
sorry.
camera,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm a doctoral student at the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and I'm currently pursuing a PhD in information science. My research now focuses on accessibility with respect to blind and visually impaired users. And now I'm also looking at, because I'm a Wikipedian, I've been a Wikimedian for some years now, I'm also looking at accessibility now within the Wikimedia space, especially as it concerns blind and visually impaired users. So before I start, I know we are in a Wikimedia conference. How many of us contribute to Wikipedia? If you know you contribute to Wikipedia, can I see your hands? Okay, that's great. So how many of us, when we do contribute to Wikipedia, how many of us think about the blind and visually impaired users when we write on Wikipedia?
For like captions. Yeah, for all text.
For like caption, all text, okay, that's beautiful. So you see, very often, it's very easy for us to sometimes forget a certain group of users when we contribute to Wikipedia project. And that's because we sometimes do not recognize that we need to be more inclusive in our contribution. And that's why my presentation is focused on how we can possibly help to make Wikipedia more accessible and improve its overall usability for blind and visually impaired users. So access to knowledge should never depend on ability to see. It should depend on the will to learn. And that's, so we already know that Wikipedia, of course, is a great hub of free knowledge with over 64 million articles across different languages. And also with English, Wikipedia alone having 7 million articles. And that talks about the great treasure trove that is on Wikipedia. But there are still issues of accessibility and usability that still hinders a group of users from effectively using Wikipedia content. Currently, there are over 2.2 billion blind and visually impaired users globally, and these users also depend on Wikipedia for information. Then what happens when the content on Wikipedia are not easily accessible or usable for this group of users? So that's part of what I've been looking at in recent time, and there are some recent studies that have also looked at accessibility within Wikipedia environments. Wade study in 2005 looked at how they could possibly use generative AIs to help create better alternate text for Wikipedia images. And we also had other studies that have identified poor quality of existing alternate text. So the problem here is we have pages that lack alternative text, and we also have pages that have poorly generated alternate text. All this impacts how blind and visually impaired users access or use information in Wikipedia. And of course, there's also the compatibility issue that arises between desktop and mobile view environments. Oh, what did I do? Sorry.
Hi.
Oh, you want it bigger?
No, because
Oh, okay.
so yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Let's make it slideshow.
No.
No
yeah,
slideshow?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. It's visible. So, so these are some of the issues that are that we currently experience from different studies, research studies, as regards accessibility issues within Wikipedia environments. And among those issues are missing or poor alternative text for images in Wikipedia. And we also have complex tables and info boxes that create problems for screen readers, for blind users who rely on screen readers for accessibility and use of content on Wikipedia. There's also the issue of templates and navigation boxes, the use of headings in Wikipedia, because we have contributors with different levels of knowledge, levels of understanding. There is somehow no uniformity across all Wikipedia pages, and this creates a gap for blind and visually impaired users. So, but the overall question that I'm looking at getting feedback from today is whether or not we can look at the possibility of integrating AI into Wikipedia to help improve accessibility and usability of Wikipedia for blind users. So we know that Wikipedia has the mission to create a world in which everyone can freely access the sum of all knowledge, and that everyone includes blind and visually impaired users. And there are over 2.2 billion blind and visually impaired users globally, according to the World Health Organization. And if we want to talk about inclusivity, we have to also look at this group of users when we make decisions that concerns, when we create content on Wikipedia. So I want to ask, by show of hands, how many of us have used any accessibility feature we have currently on Wikipedia? There are a couple of accessibility. Okay, do you want to tell us which of the feature?
Just in terms of testing for accessibility.
Okay, testing. Okay. Any other person? Okay, so sometimes we appreciate this feature better when we experience it. So imagine when you close your eyes and you can only listen to the audio content in Wikipedia, and you recognize the kind of challenge that blind and visually impaired users experience when they interact with these systems. And it is only with that understanding that we can create a better inclusive systems for blind users. So these are common issues that screen readers common screen reader accessibility issues that have currently been encountered in Wikipedia articles, and these are from different studies. So among these issues are images, which of course is the prominent one. Many screen readers are unable to pick images, especially when there is no corresponding alternative text. And this creates information gap for blind users. There's also the structure of tables and the use of colors to create information. Sometimes screen readers are not able to make many of this, and this prevents blind users from getting access to information. And you know, our core mission is to create free access to information for everyone, regardless of their status. So there's issue of color and formatting, a situation whereby users, I've come across Wikipedia articles where users use color to create meaning, a form of color coding, and this creates problems for blind users. So I think here is there's kind of low sensitization for Wikimedia contributors with respect to creating content that is inclusive, and also from the Wikimedia administration point of view, how can we create a system that will be more inclusive for blind and visually impaired users? So the ultimate question that I posed here, or that I'm posing here, is can we rely on AI for improved accessibility, whether in terms of creating an alternative text for images, or in terms of creating personalized summaries for blind users from different Wikipedia content. So these are questions that are still begging for answers, because I myself, I don't have the answer. So that's why I brought this topic here, so we could possibly look at it and get suggestions and see how the way forward, especially for supporting blind and visually impaired users. So it is no secret that AI offers some potentials that can be tapped from. There is a possibility of creating automated alternate text for images. Though I am not a developer, but I know that we've seen systems that can automatically generate alternate text for images. What about if these systems are integrated into Wikipedia or Wikipedia system and to help blind users? There's also smart summarization of content in Wikipedia, and also supporting the multimodal input and output on Wikipedia. So these are different areas that we could possibly use AI, different forms of AI, to support blind users to access information. So I don't know if anyone here have had any interactions with any AI feature that they think could support blind users with respect to Wikipedia. Okay.
Yeah, on the mobile apps, we've been exploring some text-to-speech opportunities. Also, like both of the mobile apps, Android and iOS, have some built-in text-to-speech, but we're working to improve that as well.
Okay, that's interesting. So are you with, I know Wikimedia Sweden are also doing something like WikiSpeech projects that also supports blind users. Is it similar to what they're doing?
It's similar, but we're going to try out some AI voices for potentially for the apps in a testing environment only.
So those are some of the ideas that we could probably introduce into Wikipedia to support blind users and the BVI community within Wikimedia space. So some accessibility initiatives that, like I already mentioned, there's a WikiSpeech initiative that is being supported by, I think, Wikimedia Sweden. There's also the spoken Wikipedia, and different groups that are targeted towards blind users. But we need more. We need more community. We need more people involved in these initiatives so as to support blind users to create a more inclusive systems in a more inclusive system within the Wikimedia space. I'm just gonna go to some design recommendations. I know, but when we talk about AI, we also know that there are some ethical concerns we have to look into. For example, the privacy issues and the bias issues that comes into play. But there are some design recommendations that I think we could also look at when designing systems that is inclusive with respect to blind and visually impaired users. There is the multimodal navigation systems that integrate voice command. We already have something like that on Wikipedia, but it can also be improved better so as to optimize screen reader usage, because many blind users rely on screen readers, but even screen readers has its own limitations when it comes to using it with Wikipedia. Of course, we already talked about alternative text generation using generative AI models for alternative text, and also conversational search engines that could help support blind and visually impaired users to better interact with Wikipedia content. I mentioned again some ethical consideration, ethical and design consideration that also has to be looked into when we're talking about integrating AI into Wikipedia for better accessibility for blind and visually impaired users. Top among those issues are the transparency issue. Of course, we know about AI black box and not having enough knowledge about the training data that goes with these technologies. And of course, the issue of bias and privacy that also goes with AI. But if we can look past these considerations and navigate around it, we can create a better and more inclusive systems for a more inclusive systems for everyone, including blind and visually impaired users. So my presentation is quite short, and this is more like an awareness talk to kind of tell us what is possible within Wikimedia environment and what we can look at to support everyone within the Wikimedia community, both the blind users. So, so for a call for action, I'm just going to wrap up here to entertain questions and contributions, because so we need more inclusive community. We need more people to look into accessibility, because I mean, taking the statistics here, many of us here contribute to Wikipedia, but not many of us here think about blind users when we write on Wikipedia, and it's problematic because these users deserve access to information, and we should also consider them when we're creating content on Wikipedia. So I don't know if we have thoughts, ideas on how we could probably move forward. So I'm going to conclude. So at the crossroads of AI and accessibility, of course, there's the issue of opportunity there that we can leveraging on the opportunity that comes with AI, but we also look at the responsibility that lies on us as Wikimedians and Wikimedia editors to create a more inclusive systems for everyone within the Wikimedia space. So this is where I'm going to end my presentation. So to entertain questions, comments, contributions, and also insights for people who want to add insights to what we already have. So like I mentioned, my name is Omoro Dion Opongai, and I'm a doctoral student at the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. So any thoughts, contributions? Okay.
Thanks very much for your talk.
Thank you.
You know, I was trying, you know, I've made some complicated tables, and I'm just trying to think, how would, you know, I'm not even thinking of AI, how would you translate this table into a vocal thing? And all I can think of is not a summary so much. I mean, you can have a summary, but you know, if the table has 130 rows or something like that, if you could have some kind of pathfinder to say, okay, here's a table, do this, do this, do this, and if the column, you know, like, you know, sometimes a row has 5 columns, sometimes a row will have 2 columns, sometimes a row will have 7 columns. If you could direct the reader to, you know, if you have this, you have, you know, it's going to be more than an AI. You have to have some kind of programming language, at least I would think, to tell the voice translator to how to read a table. Maybe some of the more techies here can talk about.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thought, and okay, you want to say?
Just like a kind of follow-up thought. Even if you had like a target, you know, cell, and you could say like go up, you know, go down, go left, and have it follow those instructions, you know, something like that.
I agree, and I think it can be an automated process. That's where I think there's a potential for automation there, with AI tools to help. Even in summary of the table, and also the different information in the different cells of the table, so that BVI user, because the challenge currently is using screen readers on tables. Sometimes they can't read some tables because of the complexity. So, but with AI, there could be the support there that could help better interpret content in those tables. Any thoughts, further thoughts, questions, comments? Okay. We have to, yeah.
I wonder if you could tell us what a person who's totally blind, how they would use the internet at all. Do they I know that people who are visually impaired can, you know, manipulate the screen and so on, but is there any way that people who are totally blind access the internet?
Yeah, I think so, because so I know that some blind users rely on different assistive technologies to access the internet and even other scholarly databases, because so I'm part of a research group at the University of Wisconsin that are currently developing guidelines for mobile digital libraries, and we had to interact with some blind users who also rely on screen readers and other assistive technologies to access content on the internet. So I don't know so much about how they navigate it, but I would want to believe that they rely on different assistive technologies and they're able to access the internet.
Because that would seem to be a guideline for your research, how to make Wikipedia sort of adapt to those.
Yes, but I know that Wikimedia community have an accessibility group or accessibility team. Yeah, I know they probably are doing so much with respect to updating the guidelines for Wikipedia, but it's something that could also be looked into. Okay, yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for this. It's such an important topic. I love what you said about like interpretation of tables. It seems to be this question of like, how do we semantically understand the table and the information within it, and like it has to kind of like there's almost like a two-pronged approach where it's like that like navigation within the table, but also this digestibility of the information and like the pathway that someone suggested of getting there. So I think that's great. One question I do have is your research more focused on the reading experience for visually impaired people, or is it also about the editing and contributing experience for visually impaired people?
That's an interesting question. For now, it's more focused on users. Currently, the usability of Wikipedia as a knowledge repository. But of course, there could also be potential to extend towards contributors of Wikipedia. But for now, I'm more looking at users in general because that's a broad community of people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that'll be all.
You are aware that there are a number of blind or let's say visually impaired editors, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm aware. I know there is a community, the WikiBlind community. Yeah, there is a user group, WikiBlind. So I'm aware of them. So I think that also in the parts answers the question he asked about accessing internet. Yeah. So thank you so much for attending my session.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good. Thank you so much. How you doing? Good to see you. How was your day? I didn't see you all day. No, I was supporting you. I had to see you. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, Jeff Meyer. Nice to meet you. How do you say your name?
Oh, Morozzi, you just called it and you called it well.
Okay, thank you.
I've always added. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Olga. I work with the Wikimedia Foundation, and I work on readers and readership specifically. So we build a lot of these features. We've actually had some like a little bit of like work around text to speech, like Carolyn was mentioning, and all of that. And I just wanted to say we have a session tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 11:30. Would love to have you there if you can come with like this perspective specifically around blind users. I think it would be really helpful.
Okay, I love it.
We're going to be doing some brainstorming around things we can build for readers and what reader problems currently have, and so I think this would be like really interesting, like a really good join.
Okay, let me check the section.
Yeah, it's tomorrow at 11:30.
Because I know they've been changing some sections. They've changed my section like twice already.
I'm next up here.
I think because ours was on Sunday already.
On Sunday,
We have too many changes. Yeah, it's this one. Wikipedia readers need your help.
Okay, I'll be there.
If you can come, that would be great. And thank you for your session too. Like we've been thinking through a lot of these ideas, so we'd love to talk more later
yeah,
too.
Thank you. I'll be there. Olga.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nothing much, just to at least I've done my section.
How to do it? I don't know why you're right. Oh, I'm not just right. Yes, we do. 5 o'clock is my assignment.
I don't see you in the program.
That's a shame. Well, have a good time. I'm out of here. This next week, I'm not exactly sure of the topics.
I'm still shaking.
I just knew I was assigned, and I decided to walk over here and I can learn a little bit.
They are?
Maybe a couple minutes ahead of time.
The plane actually there.
You have to hold up the sound.
It's another place. I don't see you.
Saturday.
Because they're owned by
Well, that's okay. If I'm not listening.
Oh, right.
Yeah, period 5 would be a long session.
Kind of a.
It's like a sports complex up there. That and the.
We're on a bunch of shop.
I was going to hang around and watch
Deals like
the
that.
first half hour anyway if you want to look into it, if you want to try.
Okay.
just East City.
This is an interesting half hour.
It's right next to it. Like, where's it?
Hey. Jim Henderson is real happy about it.
Only about 25 people.
Cool.
Won't be that bad.
And
If
in fact,
you're
there
the
is-
trains, that's where
his name is Benetton.
the train yard is right there.
Oh, it's real.
You kill the hand with him, and then we'll take care of Jim, I'm gonna sit here with you right now.
All right.
Because apparently I'm not even on the schedule.
Oh, okay.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Everybody's confused. As long as they lose me, it's okay.
Yeah. Maybe if you move these a little bit more. Because you don't have a lot of room between these things.
Yeah.
So, well, that's okay, I guess. I don't like to get into anybody.
This one was a little bit too proud of his chairs.
Yeah.
Brought a few.
But what is this again? Open historical map?
Yep.
Yeah, if you're ready.
If I'm ready? All right. Much of my teams. That's where I was. How y'all doing?
That's nice.
Good.
Exciting.
I know we're a little bit close to like post lunch, so maybe let's just have everybody stand up for a second and kind of stretch around. Everyone's got. And all right, shake it loose. I marched in the protest this morning, so I'm loose, and I'm going to try and keep my own energy up. My name is Jeff Meyer. My username in Wikimedia is just Jeff Me. I mean, it's Jeff Me, not just Jeff Me. And I work more closely with Open Historical Map as one of its advisors than I am I've been active in Wikimedia for many years, but not in a major way. And the original name of this presentation was a linked citation and integration-friendly map complement to Wikimedia. But I changed that to attribution. As I went through my program, I realized it probably wasn't safe to go so far as citation. And with that, I will proceed. How many of you have mapped on OpenStreetMap or familiar with OpenStreetMap? Just three?
OpenStreetMap.
All?
I'm familiar with it.
Familiar?
Where's the contribution level that you're going for?
Like maybe my contribution level to Wikimedia. I don't know. Light. Made a couple edits here and there over the years. Forgotten, what all it's about. But we're a charter project. I'll tell you about that in a second, of OpenStreetMap US. But essentially, Open Historical Map is like we took all the OpenStreetMap software and we extended it in ways that would make it time enabled. And then we didn't take any of their data because they have a license that isn't really compatible with what we want to do, which is to make everything as freely downloadable and usable and unonerous as possible, right? So there's no viral licensing, there's no attribution requirements. We're very big on attribution, but we don't require it for people who want to use our data, okay? And to be clear, just like Wikimedia, we're a very global project, not just in the US, so don't be fooled by our affiliation. This is a really nice projector, I was worried about this. But we're global scope, flip the time slider back to 151 and see some detail about the states of the Roman Empire and the extent of the Roman Empire at that time. Or you could zoom into Rome and see a little bit of what Rome is up to at that point in time. And again, this is all data that's been generated, either sourced from academic projects or generated by our end users, our armchair mappers, and added to our project's database. And we also are very big proponents of localization so that we can make this accessible and usable. Not as far as the fine presentation before, the accessibility that Amarindo was talking about, but we have many languages, a little language switcher there, and I think you can see some labels here in Spanish. And so one of the things that we have in OpenStreetMap, the fact that we took OpenStreetMap software and essentially copied it lock, stock, and barrel before we extended it, means that anything that OpenStreetMap has, and they have a big ecosystem of software and software tools, we can also use. So if there's something you're like, hey, OpenStreetMap has this, does Open Historical Map? Well, we may not have the server for it, but we can set up an instance pretty quickly. But just by building on top of OpenStreetMap, we get a nice built-in editor. I mean, these are things that will ring familiar, right, with the Wikipedia crew. An easy editor for most users to use. We have some high-speed external editors. We have free-form tagging, and it can be a little bit of the Wild Wild West, but there are established OpenStreetMap standards that we use, and some that we extend. So, key point, our default license, when you come on and you sign up, and you decide that you want to help out, the default license is CC0. It's not really licensed, but the release. And I don't know why I highlighted name there, but we'll get back to that. We also highly encourage Wikidata tags, so we can connect things back and forth. We'll talk about that in a second. But one of the key differences between just mapping something in OpenStreetMap and Open Historical Map is we want you to put a source, like where did you get that? How did you make that claim? What's the basis for that? Where did your data come from? So that anything that's in there, hopefully, a user can say, I want to trace that back and see the source data or see the source information. We also ask that you put a start date or an end date. And we have start dates like this very precise, kind of precise, didn't say what time of day, daytime. But we also support something called the extended datetime format. So you can say, you can put in expressions for things like around 1964 or in the 1960s sometime or sometime before, in case you have evidence that something was there at a certain point in time, but you don't know how far before it was built. Another thing that we do that's kind of different from OpenStreetMap, in OpenStreetMap they have these entities called relations, right? And relations might tie together different parts of a building or streets and routes. We have a thing we call a chronology relation. So how many of you have ever seen the territorial evolution of the United States on Wikipedia, or the territorial evolution of Poland, you name it?
Or New York City.
Or New York City. Be still my beating heart. That would be amazing. We have one relation for San Jose County that has, I think, over 1,000 modifications to the boundaries there. But a chronology relation just says, hey, give us a time series of different relations that are all talking about the same thing. And we'll get back to why that's super interesting as it relates to Wikidata later in the presentation. But there's, I guess it was there in 1683. I mean, that's a long time ago, right? That this county was first established, Queens County, all the way back. And then today it's a bit smaller and it's missing an island or two, but we show that over time. And who would have thought that there'd be, this many different versions of Queens County? But now think about the British Empire or the French empires. We have a lot of different, there's no one thing to point at that is Queens County in OHM, except for this overarching chronology relation. And thank goodness that we have someone who is Wikidata smart on our project, and he created the property, A424, which is a pointer back to that relation. So this doesn't happen automatically. Much like everyone here, that we're reliant on the tagging habits and practices and consistency of our users. But here we point back, and that's really the glue that we'll be counting on for the rest of this presentation. About why, by the way, Open Historical Maps is an attribution-friendly complement to Wikidata. One other item. We don't just give a source for, we don't always, but we aren't confined to say, hey, I use such and such a source for the outline of this nice lake. Does anybody recognize this lake? It's the largest lake in New York City.
Ronkonkoma.
No. Anyone else? I'll be nicer next time. I'll say no in a more gentle way. He looks like he's been around. He could take it. This is Meadow Lake. Where is Meadow Lake located? Which was the site of the
World's Fair.
Two World's Fairs, 1939. There we go. See, now there's a guy who came to play, right?
And before that, the Valley of the Ashes.
Yeah, the dump, yeah.
Thank you. So it was originally wetland, then it was a dumping ground, the Valley of the Ashes. If you've read F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby or seen the movie where they drive through the big dunes of craziness, there were big dunes of craziness. This was also called Fountain Lake for 1 year, and we do model that inside here. But the point about this is there's end events for, the end event must be, how can there possibly be an end event for this map, for Meadow Lake? All right, we'll get to that later. The point is, if you have a wiki, like if the war ends by a treaty, right? A lot of times we'll put the end event that redefines something or ended this entity as it exists with a Wikidata link to the treaty. And ideally even a link to the source document, the original treaty. We can say, hey, which map did I draw this from, tiles, so that you can use that as a backdrop for tracing, or if somebody else comes along and wants to map more of what you mapped, but didn't include from that original source, they can use that quite easily. And we also link to things like the source. Like, what's your basis for saying this? And for something like the creation of this lake, there's often not a good source to say, hey, it was filled this date, it was constructed this date. You've got nice people who make cool blogs with information they're usable. And so we link to that as well. And so you have an example here of like, there's the Valley of the Ashes, aerial shot from 1924. You have an interesting period, I think, in between the two World's Fairs where it's kind of like a little bit in disuse and disrepair. And then you have here, after the 1964 World's Fair, post-building of Arthur Ashe, but still you have Shea Stadium. All of those things make it into our map. So for example here, we need to get more of the natural features of pre-1935 when Robert Moses came in. And we have a very detailed map, say, of the 1964 World's Fair. And that will get even better over time as more people come along and add to it. And then they're adding to the highways and the neighborhoods and the homes and everything else. But it gives you context. I mean, one of the things that we're trying to solve is, how many people have ever seen the outline of an old country or shape of an old country on a map, and underneath it is a modern base map? I mean, that disgusts me, to be honest, because you don't have the context. Okay, that's great. I can see where it is now, but I don't know what was around it. How many of you have ever heard of the country of Galicia in Central Europe? You know, I mean, very long ago. It's like, what? There's a big country kind of in the middle of Poland or southern Poland?
Southern Poland.
Yeah, thank you. You're back. And so this is an example of how we integrate and use some data and information from Wikimedia properties. It's essential and crucial, I think, to making Open Historical Map a better user experience. So you might search the 1964 World's Fair. You'll get a link. This is populated because there's a link to Wikipedia. In the future, we need to route to Wikipedia through the Wikidata and also combine that with a local language. Or we need to localize the best article, you know, you name it. But we also have support for pictures that can enhance it. By the way, Wikimedia Commons says this is on display in the Queen's Museum. I was at the Queen's Museum yesterday looking for that model, and it's not there now, I'll tell you that much. This is very disappointed. But then you can also add some other information, and we have nice little other links. But it's important to us, and without it, we would be a much less enjoyable experience looking through history. Now, how am I doing for time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go. This is an example of something where I'm going to pick on both Open Historical Map and Wikimedia maps in general. Way back when, there was an area of land where the Comanche exerted all military control over a certain area, right? And that's like, I'm paraphrasing Max Weber's definition of what a country is or what a sovereign area is. If you control the use of force in that area, that's yours. And for a long time, I don't care what the border was or what gringos or Hispanic, Spaniards or Mexicans said, the Comanche ruled this area, right? And I think I did this map, I'm not sure, swiped it from something that had a specific known source, a map that's held at the University of North Texas. And while I was looking for that, I came across this map on Wikimedia. And it was hard to miss because the reach of Wikimedia and Wikipedia is such that this map is everywhere on the internet. It's used in educational slides, it's used in instructional slides. Amateur blogs, amateur historians. My question for you is, where did that red line come from? Well, it should probably be in the source, right? Okay, map showing approximately the area. It's kind of like not quite passive voice, but not quite active voice, because who is doing the showing? The base map, that's great. It says, hey, the base map is this particular map, which is awesome. But again, and then no machine readable user. So what are you supposed to do as a researcher? Is that a valid map? Maybe. But I feel like you just got so close to having something helpful and then you get the door slammed in your face. So, and again, we have this problem on OHM2. If people don't put sources, we're in the exact same situation. It's one area where we are actively, really trying to work hard to make sure that people are sourcing their claims. The good news is that map that I took from Comanche was many years ago. Several, 3. And in those years, these 3 new maps were added to Wikimedia Commons, right? So are we better off? Well, let's go through the maps. This map, no source, no attribution, own work. That's like when you see that on a map. It's like nobody does their own work on a map, right? Those lines are not his own work. Where did those lines come from? Where did he get the Gulf of America? Seriously, right? But the point is, this is almost as misleading as it is helpful. And it is kind of both. Now you have this map, which is awesome, right? Looks very cool, very detailed. It's a raster image. If you want to modify it, if you want to do anything to it, change map colors, you got nothing. And it says, hey, it's Comanche Empire by Pekka, and I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. Amazing book, by the way. And then he put CC, I think that one's CC0. It's like, well, if you're representing kind of lock, stock, and barrel somebody else's work, in OpenStreetMap, this would be a no-no. And in Open Historical, you're not supposed to trace copyrighted maps. And if you're not sure the underlying copyright, you're not supposed to trace, which works and it doesn't work. But the intent is good. And then you have this other map, which is very explicitly off of Comanche Empire. It's an SVG. And the beauty of SVG is who has worked with SVG graphics? Very cool. Have you ever changed the colors and styling? Okay, you've done all that. Have you ever tried to upload those vector data into a GIS program? Yeah. How was it, Sounders?
So-so.
So-so. Because embedded in this, probably drawn in Adobe Illustrator, maybe with the Adobe Illustrator Maps extension, is a projection. And unless you can figure out what the projection is or reverse engineer it, which I bid you good luck on that, you can't really do anything with that data either. If you wanted to, say, add information about where were all the post offices back in the day, and that, or did they happen to pop up around there, or where were the railroads, you couldn't add that data because it's not in a GIS format. It's not a language that can be worked to, and it has a viral license. Again, we love attribution. We don't love requiring it. This creates a nightmare. If you have a map that has data from 15 different sources and they all say SA, you need to put, a laundry list of citations on that, which you should. But we have really, really cool tools for extracting data if you have a Wikidata Q code. I'm going to come back to these attribution points in a second. So say Comanche happens to have that Wikidata Q code, and I can say, and I can put whatever Q code I wanted in there, and this would bring up the geodata, the GIS capable data associated with it. And so I load it up here. This is in QGIS. And the nice thing is all the attribution information that is in OHM comes with that data. You don't have to do a lookup, no offense to Sparkle. You don't have to reverse anything, but it's right there. And I'm a particular fan of mechanized means, but I also believe in making it very, very easy for the end users. Just put the data and the attributes together. It's true for that particular moment. If you need to look it up and have it in real time, we can do that too. But again, so here we have the Q code for, say, Queens County. And when you download that, you get all of the different shapes, 8 or 9 of them, all with different attributes, reasons for what happened, how it was gained, what was lost. And that's just all in toto. And ideally, in the future, you could say, give me these 3 Q codes, I want to use them in a map, get those elements, put them in there, and then automatically have citations and sources put together for you. Whoops. A little out of order. So we'll hopefully in the future make it easier to download the data. Instead of having to go through, say, that different interface, there would be a button right on the web page that says download this data. Tools for taking all the source information and formatting it correctly. And then this is one, examples of, say, creating existing maps on Wikimedia using just OHM data so that people can recreate and start to convert some of those SVGs easily into maps where people can then download the data and start to combine them and do interesting things that way. And, that point there is all about scrubbing and just maintaining links and making sure that if you put a Q code in, somebody goes over there and puts in the property in Wikidata. And then the other thing I'm very interested in is making sure that we can give users sort of visibility into what that world might have been like at a particular time by putting points down for pictures. And you can say, not only do I see the base map there, I see a picture that's relevant for that period in time. And so that's about it. And if you want to get in touch, these are all the ways. We have a great forum, lots of questions, wikis. The best thing to do if you're new, just come on the forum and say, hey, I'm new. I'm a Wikimedia person. I'm trying to do X. And you'll get nice written instructions from humans. Or send me an email. And with that, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry to jump in front of everyone.
No.
2 questions, one technical, one not so much.
Sure.
I missed the first minute or two. What exactly is a relation?
A relation is just a grouping of, so in OpenStreetMap there are some primitive objects like points or lines or closed lines which create areas. And so relations are just collections of those. It might be a collection of lines that then creates a shape. It might be a collection of 4 different areas, just kind of unrelated things.
Yeah, I was just wondering what Wikidata links to exactly when you...
So when you point back, ideally you're pointing at sort of the highest relation that is relevant. If, say, the Unisphere, which is there at in Flushing Meadows, there's just one, right? Okay. And so you'd point at that. But if there were Queens County, it would be the relation that holds all the different variations of Queens County.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very well explained. Second question.
Yes.
Comancheria.
Yes.
Or Comancherias.
Both of them are probably wrong.
Not like a nation state as we define it today.
Yes.
So, and it didn't have a fixed border. So how can
Correct.
anyone map it?
That's a great question. It's true of even nation states or kingdoms prior to kind of the Treaty of Westphalia and blah, 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 and us filling up the planet. We are working to get indeterminate borders. And for something like that, I think, that would be up to a researcher to really say, hey, for these periods, they definitely had kind of dominance in these areas as documented by X, Y, or Z. And then we would assign whatever they said, and then we would also say, and with an attribute like border status, kind of vague, indeterminate, fuzzy, whatever the word is that we use, and depicting uncertain boundaries on maps is what I would call like one of the greatest cartographic challenges out there right now. Yes, you're welcome.
Delve a little bit deeper into the sourcing citation process around those indeterminate, so scholars make a map.
Yes.
And that is both a geographic fact and a complicated copyright object. So how and when do you import those, and what can you do with author's permission or scholar's permission to bring those into this open space?
Well, there is nothing that says we can't put copyrighted information in there, right? And it has to say C, whatever. If a scholar came along and they had work and they copyrighted their data, I would probably try to have a conversation about why that's harsh and troubling. Thank you. But we might not, we'd probably have a discussion about can we use it or not. And the question would be also, what's it in relationship? Is there an existing boundary that we're making a claim about that has some source? Like from an old map that's out of copyright,
Yeah, I have a non-hypothetical use case that I'll talk with you after.
I would love to talk about that. And then yes, there's no shortage of those non-hypothetical use cases. And the biggest one really is when people have a small data set of geo information and they slap like an ODBL license on it, which is not really, I'm not sure it's even relevant, but once that's on there, that becomes a big barrier and friction. Anybody else? Yes.
A somewhat related question. Have you had any legal issues with that?
We'd love to have legal issues. That would be someone's paying attention.
As a foundation, we have issues because certain countries, for example, Guatemala has a law that forbids publication of maps that don't display Belize as part of Guatemala. Right?
Yes.
Lots of countries have laws of this sort. I don't know if a historical map that doesn't include Belize as part of Guatemala falls under the terms of that law, but I bet in some country someone has worded their law in such a way that that would qualify.
Yes.
Has that been an issue yet? Not yet?
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, there are some problems where yeah, bring them on because that'll mean people are paying attention. And then there are other problems where I'm like, I'm fine people not paying attention to that area because I know it would bring a lot of pain. But those bridges will have to be crossed at some point. And we also, we don't have it now, but we will have a cartographic treatment for disputed territories. And so, like in Ukraine, it's like, okay, well, you say it's Russia, and other people say it's Ukraine. I would say the right people, right? But we can depict both boundaries and then just say, look, Russia is claiming they have this area. And we're not making a value judgment about it, but they are actively saying they have that area, or they claim that area, but it's disputed. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I have two questions. You can feel either or both. Roughly, what is the process when someone starts from a printed map from, say, 1914 and gets it into Open Historical Map? And the other question would be, what do you do with the fact that, and probably until well into the 20th century, maps rarely marked that something was projected as future thing and they just put it there as if it was there? How have people been dealing with that issue?
Well, that's one reason it's good to have I'll answer in reverse order. Okay. That's one reason it's good to have multiple citations, right? The map might claim it's there, but you could also say, hey, Charles Dickens wrote about that place in his book, or or someone else wrote about it, or it's in a painting, right? Which is what I like. And if there's nothing, then it's as best you know. It's better than anything. But the nice thing is there's evidence, there's an artifact there that somebody can then go challenge or support. For the first question, I'll go really quickly here. We don't have raster maps. So say somebody had a map from 1914. You want to scan that in. There's plenty on the Commons. you'd want to geo-rectify that, and then use it as a background for tracing. Really what we're trying to do is extract the information out of the map and then store that, because then it's searchable, right? You know.
Sure. So there's no at all automation of anything about trying to get from raster to vector.
It's hard to automate, and even I mean the last time I did a deep dive on vision research and AI, it's really even a hard problem for AI.
Yes.
But I assume that will go.
That's why I was asking.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. Last question, I think.
Yeah.
One more. You get the last word. No, wait, I get the last word.
Oh wow. Well, I would like to offer you the last word after my question.
Oh, thank you. That's kind.
I noticed with a lot of map making, one of the biggest issues is like the myth of the nation and
Yes.
the creation and the idea of like countries and how it hasn't always existed that way. So I'm curious, like, how has Open Historical Map, the organization, like, had conversations with that idea of like the national myths and the myth of the nation and mapping?
Well, great question. National myths are not confined to map, for sure, right? As they relate to territorial claims, we haven't necessarily had many lengthy discussions about it. But what I would say is that we try to do our best to support more nuanced views of, when something came into being. And if you have a treaty, great. If the treaty wasn't actually implemented, we have ways, you can add more information to that. But maps never tell the whole story. Look at a plantation map and see if you can find any enslaved people's homes. So, but the beauty is, hopefully, we're going to be able to add that if somebody has ever recorded that information, so you get the better picture. Everyone can add what's there that they have proof of.
It's okay.
All right, thank you.
It's Patrick?
Yeah.
Ah.
Richard! How are you, Richard?
Oh, yeah. And I also like the timekeeping.
Okay. You have this. I sent the slides.
Yeah, please. This way.
Watch out, okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good. I feel like I've heard you before.
Indianapolis.
Were you one of the internet archivists?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the guy I talked to in the airport?
Maybe.
Okay.
You're at that bar, maybe, like the one that was near the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. That's my bad.
Today's not Friday.
I guess all our
I guess the next slide, yeah. Okay.
When you're ready.
Okay, sure. Wait 1 minute. Can I?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sí, no, déjame. ¿Está, verdad?
Ya está. Oh, yeah, you join.
He's on our team.
Yeah, you join too. Yeah, why not?
Yes, could you? Because Natalie will want it. Or just while we're presenting.
where was the heart or something? How far did I get to see?
Let me know if you need
No, you're perfect.
Thank you. Great. Oh my God.
And then Richard, come over back for 1 minute.
Hey.
I want you to slide. And I'll get some during.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everyone, thanks. Welcome. Welcome to Institutional History, Archival Technology, Development, and Collections Discovery, the contributions of the City University of New York to Wiki platforms. Thank you. We're here from the City University of New York, the university of the city, of the greatest city in the world, and so the greatest. I think it's branded now the greatest public urban university. So we're here to present a little bit about CUNY's wiki projects, specifically as they overlap with the archival work. And I'm just going to give some general introductions to stuff. So first, become familiar with the City University of New York. We have 26 colleges, I believe. Many of these fun facts. We formed in 1961, but began really in 1847, and this fact is reflected in Wikidata with some interesting use of properties. I guess just the general background. I'm active as the Wikimedia in residence for the City University of New York. I first got in touch with Natalie Milbrot, who's helping to run the Mail-in Archives program about a year ago, when we had an edit-a-thon at the Queens Public Library focused on OpenStreetMaps and Wikidata and Open Historical Map to some extent as well, and later got in touch when Natalie and other folks were working on this Mail-in project, covering the history of CUNY and really the story of the city through the university, because the story of the city is very much reflected in the story of the university, and that's kind of what we want to share by developing stuff on Wikidata and on Wikipedia and elsewhere. And one of those things is trying to reflect the scope of stuff that are in all these archives, both the physical archives that folks have been working with and the digital archives through Archive Space. And let me share about that.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I'm Regina Cara. I'm the Outreach and Processing Archivist at CUNY, and I'll talk about this in a second. I'm going to be talking about our Archive Space Wikidata plugin that we are developing, and we have a QR code there, so you can feel free to scan that and learn about the grant that we got to develop this plugin. But I just wanted to take a moment to kind of talk a little bit more and provide some more context on the grant that Richard just talked about. So, in the project that it funds. So, I am an archivist on the Cultivating Archives and Institutional Memory project. That is a 3-year Mellon-funded grant administered by our Office of Library Services at CUNY. That is a CUNY Central office. That office supports all of the libraries around the system. And the goal of the grant and the project is to tell the story of CUNY through its archives by supporting archivists with shared systems, shared protocols, and just generally try to amplify their work a lot more. I'm one of 3 full-time archivists, and Patrick over there is one of our associate archivists, one of 8 associate archivists, all emerging professionals from the Graduate School of Library and Information Studies from Queens College. One of the among many things that we are trying to do with this project is implement a shared instance of archive space that will be used by everyone, by all the archives in the system. And so we feel like this plugin is going to help us implement archive space a little bit easier, make it easier for our archivists to use. what is archive space? You may not be familiar with this tool if you're not an archivist or archival worker. Archive space is a standards-based open source application for describing and managing archival materials, as well as kind of related authorities of those materials, like agents and subjects. The standards used are something called DAX, which is a content standard for describing archive space, as well as EAD, or encoded archival description. Archive space also supports Dublin Core and MARC, and it also already has an Library of Congress plugin for importing authorities such as agents and subjects. This is a pretty established tool in our field. It's over 10 years old and has really become the preeminent tool for archives of all sizes. And it includes an access platform for finding aids, and it's developed and governed by archivists for archivists. There is a program team, but really archivists, working archivists like myself, are part of the governance and really are driving the development of this tool. So we're really excited about with this plugin to kind of socialize these two very cool open source communities, archive space and wiki. So this Wikidata plugin sort of came about initially because one of our colleagues from the Smithsonian posted to an archive space email listserv and said, is anyone using Wikidata in archive space? Like, I'd love to connect. And at that time, we had just started our work with Richard, and we're interested in combining and really trying to amplify CUNY archives through Wikidata. So we responded, and the ball started kind of rolling from there. And we started kind of bringing more people on board from various other institutions that we knew about: New York Public Library, Ohio University, obviously Smithsonian, University of Virginia. And so we've all kind of come together kind of organically, as well as the program team from Archive Space, to kind of come together to create this plugin. And as we started kind of talking to one another, we realized that we had really similar reasons for using Wikidata in our work as archivists. We needed an easy way for any archivist to create an authorized heading. Sometimes that's not always easy when you're dealing with Library of Congress. We needed something that was easy, especially for agents that are hidden and may not be the most famous person that would rise to the level of being included in Library of Congress. We needed a platform that could support multilingual description, particularly important for our archives at CUNY, which include a lot of ethnic studies archives. We needed something that could provide a unique identifier. And that was very robust. So Wikidata authorities were a great solution. This might be hard to read, but these are just some of our requirements for this Wikidata plugin. We just wanted something that was very basic, that would essentially, in the platform of Archive Space, pull from Wikidata authorities, particularly the name, as well as the ID number. We had thought in kind of earlier iterations of this conversation that it would kind of be nice to maybe round trip this data so that an archivist could just work in Archive Space and then maybe edit or upload things into Wikidata. But we very quickly realized that while that was maybe a nice feature, it was probably maybe a few iterations into the future. Just something very simple where an archivist could just take that data and import it into their catalog was going to be good enough for now. So to kind of go back to my first slide, we are using the money from the grant to work with the developer to create this plugin. This is just kind of giving you a taste of what's to come, and we hope to complete this work by maybe like next year, sometime next year. And yeah, I think I'm going to turn it over to Patrick.
That's good. We're going to get an example of someone who maybe isn't in the Library of Congress classification, but who deserves recognition and can be found on Wikidata.
True. Yeah, something Regina alluded to is that there are a lot of things going on in this archives project. And then under that archives project, a lot of things going on in the Wikipedia part of it. I am working as an associate archivist on the project, which means that I'm both going to the locations, taking certain collections and processing them, specifically collections that we think are of high research value. The collection I processed was that of a woman named Peggy Gross, who developed the program of travel training, which started in New York. It's a program to teach children with intellectual and developmental disabilities how to navigate the transit system independently. It began around 59, 60. It's sort of informal for a long time, but then formalizes in the mid-60s, and then really 1970 as the District 75 travel training program. Doing this research, I started realizing how much material was in this archive that could be considered secondary sources at this point, like were either papers that they published or references to work other people were doing, but not really being able to find that much on the internet. It became clear that it's a great opportunity to write a Wikipedia article, basically. And so with Richard's assistance, we honed that into an article on travel training, specifically sort of highlighting the history and its roots in New York, the sort of pedagogical methods, because there's a lot of information about that, and we were able to, materials that I was first finding in the collection I was processing, we then found online, and so we're able to link to them. So history, pedagogy, and then Richard did a good amount of work sort of tracing the international connections that this program had, the influence it had upon its sort of spread throughout the world. And then something I quite enjoyed with this is, we don't have it here, but at the bottom in the C also, we link to the archive space page with the finding aid and where people can go to research this collection. Yeah. So that's that. And then this is the other sort of big undertaking that's really started in the last couple months. It just seemed like a
travel training things at District 75.
District 75.
That's a New York City public school project. Is
Yeah.
that right? Okay.
Yeah.
And that was actually from CUNY for.
It wasn't from CUNY. The collection. Sorry, I should have been clear about that. The College of Staten Island has a collaborative project with the newly developed New York City Disability Rights Archive. So they're collecting materials related to the history of disability rights in New York City. It's held there, so I took that collection and processed it. The other big undertaking was, it was a sort of natural outgrowth of a lot of us on the team have slowly gotten into Wikipedia, both creating a bunch of entries, Wikidata entries, and then a couple of pages sort of with Richard's guidance. Something I noticed was how sort of underdeveloped in a lot of ways the CUNY page itself was. The history section in particular. I found it interesting that it only started in 1961 with the formal establishment of CUNY and didn't contain any of the prehistory, which was contained in the city college pages or in the various universities pages, but or the various colleges pages, but it's not it doesn't begin in 1961 that it's referred to as a system or that it's a municipal school system. Like, it's important to trace the prehistory. So the other thing we wanted to happen was a lot of the stuff that was on there was like chancellors' salaries or like just strange little data points that weren't necessarily narrative or historical. So a lot of our work in this project has been to highlight campus activism, student life, all of the sort of more cultural and social dimensions of CUNY's history and its relation to New York City, and the ways that students actively worked to transform the university in the same way that the university impacted the city, all of that sort of in a kind of flux. So the other big thing was to make sure that student activism, student life was more intimately threaded or woven into the history portion. Also, obviously adding lots of hyperlinks, and last thing is that not all of the campuses were represented. So now every campus's founding is noted on the CUNY page. Am I missing anything? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's great. Right?
Okay.
Every campus being founded is cool. I like the latest attitude. It's very Wikipedia.
Yeah. And so I guess just a little more information. We there was none of this beforehand. There was no chronological breakdown of the thing. It was just like 1975 financial crisis. There was one that was just called student protests with no dates or anything attached. It was just kind of like a weird accumulation of things. And then there was like 21st century with not that much information. So we sort of systematized, and following other university pages, went century by century, and have started to. These are still, everything's still in flux, so everybody please contribute if you know something about this. I'm a little overwhelmed myself. These are sort of changing as like it gets clearer. Yeah. So yeah, CUNY history is New York history, I think, is a big point that we're trying to make with this project. I think that's everything. Yeah. Any questions?
So I find it very interesting how you're kind of talking about the archival approach here and the value of those types of materials, because like it reminds me of some of the stuff that I do. Like the Niagara Falls Public Library on the Canadian side, it has this amazing microfilm kind of collection, and I occasionally go there and request, you know, basically different materials to flesh out articles on local history, because a lot of the stuff that you can get in newspaper articles, like, it's not really digitized. You have like stuff from like the early 2010s, and then beyond that it's like, I feel weird saying, oh, this building was built in like the 1800s or something, and now I'm only discussing it from like 2005 onwards. And so it's really good to like kind of be able to flesh that out. Like I remember actually expanding the article on the library itself, and it went from a 3-sentence stub to like several paragraphs. It was really interesting kind of going down that rabbit hole. And I guess it kind of speaks to a broader point about what collaborations between institutions with access to these collections and like the Wikimedia movement might look like more broadly, because there is like a very, you know, good alignment of interests there. And I guess my question here is like, how did this get started? Like, was CUNY kind of looking for more visibility to their archival collections, or did like Richard reach out to you with this idea?
Yeah, I guess it's sort of a convergence. So Natalie and other folks were working on this Melon project already for a while, and we've had engagements with CUNY over the years. A lot of times with local history. Many of them in the past were with LaGuardia, and some of our LaGuardia colleagues are here represented. So over the last 10 plus years, again, LaGuardia. Yeah, and so we had the Queens Public Library Editathon with Natalie about a year ago, and there were a little bit more opportunities for supporting and funding Wikipedia in residence programs, and that seemed to align it may be in a better way than other folks with sort of with CUNY and with the archival program at CUNY, as well as being able to support classes and public and stuff about research that CUNY researchers are doing.
Do you have any advice for how to get the ball rolling on that? Because a lot of activities in Canada are very concentrated in Quebec, and there isn't that sort of base of, oh, we've already done an editathon here or whatever. So it feels kind of awkward getting the conversation started, and I feel like I don't necessarily even really have the background to be hey.
Yeah, it's I mean, it might be good, obviously be good to work with, obviously make friends with your local librarian. That's very important. That's something that I've learned over the years.
Okay.
And definitely I think that the Wikimedia Canada can be of some help. They do have some grants that they offer for different projects. You might want to start with a small project with a grant from them. I think they'd be very receptive into expanding to that part of Ontario. And yeah, I think it might, and also we're trying to think about how to support community organizing throughout North America, especially on a local level. And some folks are working on that. Hopefully,
Well, I think that could be really interesting too, especially in terms of international collaborations, right? Because Niagara Falls, it's on both sides of the border, right? So you'll sometimes get American sources and you'll get Canadian sources, and it'd be kind of cool to get that all in one place.
Excellent.
I was just gonna ask about the timeline for it, and how you found creating timeline.
Like how we decided upon that?
Yeah, how'd you come to the conversion of the timeline?
So there are a couple of different already established CUNY timelines, whether it's on their website or there's the CUNY Digital History Archive, which has a sort of way they periodized CUNY's history. So I was just sort of looking at the historiography and seeing how different people navigated the sort of breakdown of CUNY's history, and then looking at the Columbia page or the Harvard page or the UC page, and just sort of seeing if there was a way to maybe formalize this that brought it into the fold, standardized it a little bit.
And did making that on Wikipedia cause you to think which, did you find the tooling failed, or could have further enabled you or made that process of creating the timeline a bit more easeful?
I'm not sure.
You're asking about the tool itself.
Yeah, the software itself, creating a timeline on Wikipedia.
You're not talking about this. You're talking about making a timeline?
Yeah, on Wikipedia.
Oh, I haven't done that.
The focus was more on finding out how do we discover these different periods in CUNY's history, and what Patrick and other folks have done is trying to think what are the relevant periods, because I mean, we have the Jacksonian era in the United States.
Right.
People there aren't that many historians to write about that for CUNY, so figuring that out was interesting.
I have two questions. One, you mentioned the funding came from Rapid Grant and Mellon Foundation.
For the Wikidata plugin, it's from the
Wikimedia Foundation Rapid Grant.
Yeah, and then our overall project, the Cultivating Archives and Institutional Memory project, that is from the Mellon Foundation.
My second question is, how did you become a Wikimedian scholar in residence?
Yeah, so we got some support from Craig Newmark, who's funded my position at CUNY. But it's partly overlapping with the archives project, and also supporting other projects as well.
Yeah. So how would you address any potential conflict of interest issues? Because working at CUNY and editing the City University of New York article, I would assume that there would be some issues with that.
Oh yeah, there definitely are. So I was trying to be really careful. So the first thing I posted on the talk page in big letters that I'm going to be working on this article, and mostly people that are helping to train and work with are working on this article. And then I encouraged them all to post on the talk page too. And I tried to send it to people like you and to share it with other New Yorkers, people who might be interested in New York history through the Wikimedia New York City Discord and other places. And I would love some pushback. Give us some pushback on the article. If you feel it's being promotional in any way, please let us know. We will not revert you. We'll accept you and figure out the best way to do it. And maybe also have a more consistent history through all the different university articles, because I think a lot of the university articles at different universities across the United States and beyond have some of them are kind of ossified and they haven't developed into full histories. And it'd be great if we had a better standard for that.
last question. So I hear some quotes that's really interesting. So the story of CUNY is the story of New York City. I like that. And I have a question about you say something about made by archives for archives. What is exactly means with that? What do you mean with that?
Oh, I mean that's just I guess it's a phrase that folks use in archive space with archive space. It's an open source tool. It's not anyone can download it, and that the community of practitioners supports its development. So it's not some corporation that's developing it for archivists. We actually submit tickets and we tell the program team here, we'd like to see this feature. Let's work together to develop it. We maintain the documentation, that kind of thing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My archival knowledge is limited at best, so bear with me. It's okay. My organization, we have a digital repository and independent archive, but we're currently hosting Oracle Mecca and using Dublin Core standards. We're switching over to a new type of archive, and we're also working with linking Wikidata. Would the archive space plugin that you're developing work with Fedora?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm not if it would be a Wikidata Fedora plugin. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it's because I think they're different programs.
Yeah, Fedora. Yeah.
But I mean, there's no reason this couldn't be a model.
Yeah, it might be
Fedora.
adopted, and
Yeah.
there might be some other tool that we did research archive space extensively to make sure there was no Wikidata connection, but there might be something for Fedora, and probably someone at this conference knows.
We're gonna, I think we want to share our code and have it widely available. So there's no reason it couldn't be created for Fedora.
Yeah, if it's useful for your tool. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I came in late.
Yeah, sure.
The plugin, is it meant to pull data out of Wikidata into archive space?
Yes.
So is there anything to take, if you already have it in archive space? Is there a way to move to create Wikidata into space?
I mean, we had thought about, we talked about it, we had thought about that idea, but that might be kind of
that is a future potential addition.
Thing, but we just wanted the simple pull it from Wikidata to archive space.
You've had a question.
So, I also work in an archive that has a lot of my authorities don't end up, they're not always on Library of Congress. Are you finding a lot of the authorities are already in Wikidata, or are you thinking you still wanting to build them on Wikidata and and flow them into archives?
I think it's both. I think the workflow will end up being, check Library of Congress. Right. If not in Library of Congress, make a Wikidata entity and authority, and then link through archive space to Wikidata. Or you could just go to Wikidata, I suppose, if that's what you really want to do and you're against Library of Congress for various reasons.
And the benefit being that you don't have the local sources. You actually
instead of saying something is local source, we actually have some kind of authorized heading. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Postre. Adelante. Voy a esperar que venga mi relevo y ya.
Ah, okay.
Ajá.
Yeah, which is archive space is a tool for describing archives. It's used by archivists. It produces So the idea is that this plugin will pull Wikidata. I'm ready to dance.
Are you program support? No, I'm program support. The folder?
Oh yeah, we all work there. But where? What office? 16th floor. Oh, you too. Yeah, we do too. So we're in library services. So we're in the same floor. So you're Ryan.
when they add they need to know the files and all the technical stuff, records of
Oh, I love the ones with like your very end. I was at a conference all day.
I would just say defining units, physical units, theoretical units that all share visions, grants, research collaboratives. It was always a thing. It took a long time. Now we're engaged in expeditions. Right up our.
Is it possible to set this up with the
Okay, but it's showing that on the screen.
You were sitting there, okay.
Sorry.
We're looking at that.
Or is it just it's mirroring? Is there a way to mirror just
It should be.
if you come up to the little blue map where we're kind of starting the upper bar, I think what this is there's a way
Going back. There's been one person who's tried to assemble every single exhibit since.
Okay, if I can just pop this out.
They're like saying whether we should have matrix to what extent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so that's good.
I think we
Here, and when I keep on going, you have the speaker.
someday I want to see area of Wikipedia, but I don't know that just as well. Like Wikipedia describes concepts, describes even kind of like
You guys are doing 25-minute talks.
quite a bit. Like
we could pull those chairs over.
if you're in the Wikipedia page, it should be somewhere in the left column.
You gonna leave me? Yeah. And then you're gonna come up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hey everybody, can I get your attention please? Hi. We're almost at the end of the day. But first you gotta get through us. But I promise you this is gonna be a really cool presentation. It is called Sharing New York Public Library Data with Wikidata and Beyond. Starring me, Will Kent, and Emma Clarkson and Sammy Conant. I'll just I'll just get started. So I run Wikidata courses for Wiki Education. They come in a couple different flavors. One is like a foundational course where I teach the foundational aspects of Wikidata, how to run queries, how everything fits together, some data modeling, some tooling. But I also run this kind of like newer course that's a bit more advanced and project oriented. And the whole idea behind this course is you come with a Wikidata project, maybe half finished, maybe conceptually, maybe there's like one other thing you just don't know how to do on Wikidata. And the curriculum is tailored to you and your needs to like get you wherever you want to go next. So it's kind of a like Wild West course. There's a lot that we talk about. It gets really specific really fast. So we call it a Wikidata Salon. And Sammy and Emma took it, and we'll talk to you about the projects that they worked on. But this is kind of how it all came together, was like through the course. And Sammy, take it away.
Hi, I'm Sammy Conant. I'm the Dance, Audio, and Moving Image Cataloger at the New York Public Library. Thank you for the introduction, Will. I came into the Wikidata Salon because I was trying to find an immediate solution to provide access and a layer of discovery to a backlog that I was creating in the work that I do every day, which we will get into. So, to begin, if you're not familiar with the New York Public Library system, perhaps it's your first time here in the city, the New York Public Library has a vast system. There's 88 public branches and 3 significant research libraries, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, there's the Stephen Schwarzman Building, which is the building with the lions, which is what most people are familiar with, and then there's also the Library of the Performing Arts, which is specifically the library that I steward collections for as the dance cataloger. And so today, what I'd like to talk to you about is that collection, which is the Dance Original Documentations Collection, which is a part of the Jerome Robbins Dance Division. DoD, which I will call it to save time, because it's a little less to say, began in 1967 and is both an archival collection and preservation initiative run by the Dance Division and produced by the Dance Division to create video recordings of dance performances of companies all over the city. Often it's a way in which to subsidize or assist companies who don't have the fiscal means to actually document and preserve the dances that they're performing. Something that's extremely significant about this collection is that it is often a place that is capturing world premieres of performances. So as a point of provenance, or as being like one of the only places in which potentially there's any documentation of a dance happening or someone participating in dance, this collection is where it lives. Within processing it as the dance cataloger, I came into this collection with a 10-year backlog. Since this collection has been pursued since the late 60s, there's hundreds of thousands of videos, 700 of which are available in NYPL digital collections. But while the NYPL is in the process of deciding where this collection will live, I've been making a backlog of catalog records for the backlog that I was brought on to take care of. Now, as many of us know, backlogs hold a lot of potential to shape scholarship. And considering that DoD is such a significant point potentially for a lot of research, for whether it's the restaging of choreographic works, is again just documentation of emerging choreographers, dancers. It's also very much a space where many underrepresented dancers or kinds of dances that are non-Western are being recorded and can really shape dance history. I was really struggling to figure out a way in which I could direct the public going on the internet looking perhaps for documentation of such things, that the NYPL had it in their holdings. And so I thought about Wikidata. And while I can't exactly create the most direct links to the backlog catalog that I'm working with, I can instead point patrons to the existing videos that are on the digital collections. And so Wikidata does provide in some ways a more immediate solution for access and discovery, and it also really helps alleviate some of the pressure I've felt and the frustration I've felt in not being able to point anyone into this space of like such significant research. And And the performing arts is largely underrepresented on Wikidata of all places. And so within this project, I have been going into the digital collections. I thought it would be helpful to just pull some screenshots of the kind of textual information I'm looking at. So if you felt so inspired or perhaps are a dance lover, this is what you would be looking at on the New York Public Library's digital collections, and this is the data or information you would use to create Wikidata records. And so in front of us here is from an evening's performance of Evidence Dance Company, which is a company created by Robert K. Brown, who's affiliated with the Avenatti Company. As you can see here in the table of contents, all of this textual data comes from the content of the video. That is also the content that I take when I'm doing my own work day to day. I watch every single dance video that comes through my computer. All of this is a significant point of information that can easily be populated into Wikidata. And so what I've been doing most significantly through the last year is I've been creating mini stub entries. As you can see in the snippet of the spreadsheet on the left, everything highlighted in yellow is a stub entry I've created for a dancer. And I've seen already over time that now if you go into derived statements, many of these people are being referenced in additional performances. Event modeling, if you're familiar with the Wikidata community, is becoming more and more popular or of interest because so much of proving that something has happened is through having the documentation of an event itself happening, in physical time and space. And so within that, I've also developed a really simple model to recognize what a choreographic work is. If you're not familiar with that term, a choreographic work would be the dance. It is the documentation and notation we make of the physical movements to music we would have in space. Like Swan Lake is a choreographic work. By creating a really simple model, it means then when I'm modeling the events of these productions, that is what's captured in the video, I can create, honestly, like pretty enriched entries of everything that I'm seeing in the digital collections. And within that, I'm not only documenting that we have, the date, time, and location of this performance from this recording information, but it also has led me to figuring out ways in which I can utilize existing Wikidata properties to create, I guess, like more specific ways of modeling dance-specific data, two of which I'd like to highlight. This property presented works was originally proposed by the Wiki Film Project to document the chronological presentation of films in a film festival. But what it also allows us to do is to recognize the chronological presentation of dances in an evening of performances, which is a significant point of information for many researchers, whether it's choreographers trying to restage a whole evening in production of dances. It also just replicates what one would see in these videos. And so if you don't have public access to these videos, this is the order in which you would have seen or experienced these performances in one production. And then the final property I'd like to highlight is the way in which I've actually directed the public back to the NYPL, which is through utilizing documentation files which was proposed by the Wiki Projects of Performing Arts. Initially, documentation files meant like newspaper clippings, but because I'm watching and looking through explicitly a collection of born digital video, and the collection is both an archival collection and a preservation initiative, documentation files felt complete enough to not only direct that the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts, the Drone Robbins Dance Division, and the Dance Divisional Documentations hierarchically stores this information, but it also is the one place I can include the actual reference URL to that exact video in the collection. And so if you are interested in seeing all of the current productions that are captured in the Dance Original documentation, I've written a query that allows you to pull all of them up here in this fun little visualization. And much of this work has continued in how I'm contributing dance data out of the Wiki project for the New York Public Library, which Emma will also expand upon.
Thank you.
My name is Emma Clarkson, and I work with Sammy at the New York Public Library. I'm a metadata specialist, so my department, the Metadata Services Unit, works with digitized archival and special collections materials from across the NYPL research libraries. And I'm the metadata liaison to the Library for the Performing Arts, so I work with the music, theater, and dance divisions. On Wikidata, I edit as Moosebird, and across a couple of different projects and workflows, I generally create and edit items for people in the performing arts, as well as musical works and choreographic works. I'm really interested in some of the complexities of modeling performing arts on Wikidata, and talk to Sammy about this a lot, and also others, and I'm excited about the work that's sort of going on in that space currently. One of my biggest ongoing uses of Wikidata, before I got to the actual project that I did in the Wikidata Salon, this is sort of my more day-to-day editing, is to facilitate what in libraries is called authority control. I think in Wikidata it's called, are these two items the same person? And, but because of the technical history of how library catalogs evolved from physical card catalogs with handwritten or typed index cards into machine-readable MARC cataloging to current complex systems, authority control in libraries is still based not on beautiful, unique QIDs, but on managing unique text strings. And so those are called name headings or authorized access points. And these are managed communally in the Library of Congress name authority file, which got a little shout out already today, or LCNAF, which even if you're not a library person, you might be familiar with in Wikidata, from property P244, Library of Congress Authority ID, which is used 2.8 million times in Wikidata. So clearly there are a lot of people established in LCNAF, but because I'm working with unpublished archival materials, a lot of photographs and letters, and especially in the domain of the performing arts, a ton of the people that I'm interested in creating subject headings or other access points for are not in LCNAF. But because our system is string-based, I still need to establish a consistent form of the name that I will use in our metadata system, that is unique, at least locally, and doesn't collide with LCNAF. And so that's called local authority control. And I use a big spreadsheet, basically. But Wikidata is super useful here because a decent number of the people who are not in LCNAF do have Wikidata items. And if they don't, I can edit Wikidata. I can create new items. And so if there's a name in LCNAF that matches the person I'm trying to represent, but it is not the right person, I will either create I'll find a Wikidata item for my person, or if there's a Wikidata item for that person, I can add that P244 identifier statement, maybe like a different from statement between them, and then I put the URI of the correct Wikidata item in my spreadsheet so that I know what person my name string is referring to. I read a ton of obituaries to find out who is who. So I add a lot of birth and death, place and date statements. And I also can use some of NYPL's materials to contribute information to Wikidata. Like our finding aids are publicly available online and have well-researched biographical notes. And so I reference those to make contributions to Wikidata. And also sometimes I can directly cite the archival materials. Like there was at least one case where an actor's papers had their wedding certificate, and we had digitized it. So I used that as a reference for a spouse statement with a very specific start time. Let's see. All right, so in addition to this sort of daily editing for people, I took Will's Wikidata Salon class last fall, which was a really fantastic opportunity to work on a project that I had been sort of thinking about and had been bothering me for a long time, but I think otherwise I probably wouldn't have actually done the work of, which is disentangling off-Broadway theaters and theater buildings and theater companies. I had come across these items in my other editing and research, and noticed that they were often conflating, especially if one company has existed in the same building the whole time, the issue is not apparent. But these Wikidata items would have like coordinate location and address and architect and like building properties, but also sometimes like artistic director and website and like legal form. And some of them actually had instance of theater building, instance of theater company. So that's clearly two things that should be separated. It was really helpful to have the structure of a course for this project to actually sort of propose a topic and get feedback on that and take some time to think through the data set and the goals before moving into implementation. That was really gratifying. And so for my data model, I used WikiProject Performing Arts and WikiProject Cultural Venues. And this was also the first time I made a sub-page on my user page, which was exciting. I made, just to add some documentation, I didn't seem to like rise to the level of an actual project, but I wanted to sort of publicly share my documentation and some of the stuff that I was working on, my data models. And I also kept a list for myself of sort of like tricky edge cases that required sort of more going back to. So there wasn't a single authoritative source for off-Broadway theater. So I built this project spreadsheet out of a couple of different sources. You can see there's a lot of overlap across the colors, but also some unique items and different information coming from each one. So I started with about 180 rows, and then I put it into OpenRefine and did a Wikidata reconciliation. And then I basically just worked through that manually because it was, at that scope, it seemed like it would, I thought that there would maybe be more opportunities for doing batch work, but I ended up kind of just doing it manually because each one was different. And yeah, I didn't do like some type restrictions in the reconciliation because I did want to get the buildings and the companies, and sometimes they were both. So that messiness sort of made it a manual process. But once I had the building and the organization split cleanly, which often meant creating a new item for one or the other, the really gratifying part for me was using the cultural venues data model to distinguish between the theater building and the performance hall, which is the name of the Wikidata item that represents the actual like auditorium theater space where a performance takes place. And a lot of these theaters have multiple theaters, and so I could create separate linked items for each of them. I used the move claims gadget a bunch so that you could see in the edit history that I wasn't just deleting statements from all these items. And when the cleanup was particularly gnarly, I actually left an explanation on the talk page because I was nervous about merging a ton of stuff and I wanted to sort of like explain what was going on. And this is a conversation with one person in it, so apparently nobody was worried. But this example had a cool overlap with my place of employment because the theater building that houses the public theater in New York is the former Astor Library building, which became part of New York Public Library. And my coworker Carly had done a whole project to clean up the items for the NYPL branches. So I consulted with her about the best way to represent that building and its multiple uses over time. And then I made the items for all of the constituent performance spaces, and it is linked data. And I was pleased with that one. One of my hopes for Wikidata for the next few years is to build consensus around modeling performing arts productions, especially the relationship between the work and the production. And this felt like valuable groundwork for that because productions are performed in these venues and produced by these companies. And when we get to productions, that is where the designers and directors and actors come in, my whole spreadsheet of people waiting in the wings, and also the photographers. And NYPL has incredible production photography archives, and I feel really excited about opportunities in the future to enhance the description of our materials, to spread those materials beyond the NYPL digital collection site, rights allowing. I have fantasies of Wikimedia Commons in the future. And these are just a couple of random and favorite photos. And to wrap up, I just want to share, this is the Wiki Project New York Public Library page. We have a staff working group. We're trying to we've spent a long time meeting and reaching consensus on sort of like self-modeling, cleaning up the items that exist, seeing what exists, and developing some standard data models for items for like the branches and the research libraries, for people who are related to NYPL, for our archival collections. And we have a little project subpage where I think both of our little projects have blurbs. And that's, yeah, I think that's it.
Questions?
Two quick questions. What is the Wikidata Salon?
It's
one. And two, in your research, did you notice how, I would characterize them as awful, the articles on Broadway shows, maybe even off-Broadway shows they have no reference to productions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's, yeah. What's the Wikidata Salon?
Cool. Wikidata Salon is an online course where we work on Wikidata projects collectively. There's some instruction, but it's also like mostly like participant driven. So you have to come with a project, you have to understand Wikidata, and then we just push projects forward in the online course.
So it's open for Wikipedians of all, if you have sufficient knowledge of Wikidata?
Yeah.
Huh. And when is it offered?
Randomly, whenever I have time. Yeah, I like to offer like one or two every year, time permitting. So the last one was in January.
And the characterization of the shows, production?
I do not spend a lot of time on Wikipedia, to be honest. I'm happy in my little Wikidata world. It has not escaped my notice, though. I suppose I've been intimidated by like the work.
We have 1 minute for one more question. Yeah, sure. Or two questions.
Yeah, a question about the authority file. You mentioned there really is none on Wikipedia, so to speak, right?
Sorry?
On Wikidata, you don't really have a authority file, authority records per se.
In the sense that it is not supplying like an authorized form of name, I would say that's correct.
Yeah, but it differentiates.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does exist in some sense.
I would say Wikidata can be used as an authority file. It can't really sort of do your like heading maintenance if you're interacting with systems that are like string-based, which is why this spreadsheet is a part of the workflow.
Okay, I was just curious about that.
Yeah, but I think Wikidata as an enormous corpus of people, among other things, it serves a lot of the functions of an authority file.
Yeah, I used to do NACO records years ago.
Oh, fantastic.
And so, I mean, yeah, we just would differentiate. In some cases, you have a NACO record which you didn't know if this was one person or the other. And you had to code those lines in there, so to speak.
Yeah. I think many of us, in an attempt to create a good practice, I know with myself when I create stub entries, I always double check if there's a NACO record for the people that I'm adding to link to the Library of Congress Authority number.
So what's a NACO record?
A NACO record is the name, authority, control.
I think it's cooperative. It's like within libraries, it's organized by the Library of Congress, but it's a way that librarians working at institutions around the country can contribute authorized headings that are shared nationally, so that you avoid sort of redundant description of agents in library cataloging.
Yes, a particular program which the librarians are trained to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You should meet Ryan.
Part of my dance where we have been uploading kind of a more modernized way of listening to choreographers versus like what neighborhood dance.
Yeah, they package it out to make
The data is still available. Yeah, no, there's like hundreds of thousands of dances to upload. But it makes it
I did a Wikipedia article on I just and she was part of almost all of you. I was part of that dance. So I did that. And I just it was a whole
Oh, so it's been a long time since my first day. I think Mace had
You know, right before we were at Legislature, we talked about we think we want to ask the individual
Yeah, okay. I don't think you have to just fight changes. Yeah.
Are we, wait, is this broadcasting properly or whatever?
And it's even New York Times articles about Facebook's posts. Before it was Facebook.
Yeah, I guess let's get started.
And honeycomb is the first out of it.
All right, let's get started.
So all that is going. Okay, go.
We should have a whole Broadway breakout session later.
Yeah, we can definitely. Okay.
Hey everyone, we're gonna get started.
Hi everyone. My presentation today is about the NYC 400 project and what happened with the project and how we can use it as a model for building up regional knowledge of different areas in the future. I'd first like to start by thanking the other members of the Wikimedia NYC chapter who helped do this initiative. While I'm the one presenting about it, there were many people whose efforts went into making this idea into a reality. First, before I get into it, let me start with some background information. For those of you who don't know, Wikimedia NYC is the officially recognized Wikimedia chapter for the New York City metro area. The chapter hosts and sponsors regular events held around NYC, and also is the host of this very conference that we are at right now. This year, 2025, is the 400th birthday of New York City, with 400 years having passed since the founding of the original Dutch settlement in 1624. Wikimedia NYC has chosen to celebrate this historic moment with our NYC 400 project. So now let me get into what exactly is the NYC 400 project. First, let me lay out what the goal of the project was. As stated on the website of the project, the goal was to help us spotlight New York City's rich diversity by updating or creating Wikipedia articles for 400 neighborhoods and remarkable individuals. We put out a call to the public to nominate both 400 impactful New Yorkers and 400 neighborhoods that deserve a place on Wikipedia but either aren't yet featured or that need to be updated. So why did we choose to do this as a list, and why did we pick 400? First, the format of laying out a list of significant and important moments, people, and things has been done many times before. For example, BBC Radio and the British Museum did a history of the world in 100 objects, highlighting 100 objects from the collection of the British Museum representing aspects of human history. In addition, it's the 400th birthday of New York City. In addition, the number of neighborhoods that New York City has is at about 400. There was also a well-known list of prominent New Yorkers during the Gilded Age known as the 400, which interestingly didn't actually have 400 people on it. Next, I'd like to talk about how we launched the project for the public. We launched the project at Wikipedia Day, New York City, which was held on January 25th, 2025. This was a celebration of Wikipedia's 24th birthday. We had around 400 attendees at the event. The event was held in multiple stages. We first had an introduction to Wikipedia for newcomers, and then we had a series of short lightning talks presented by members of the chapter about their ongoing projects in the Wikimedia ecosystem. Then we officially launched the NYC 400 project once we moved to the larger auditorium space in the basement of the library and opened online submissions. And then we concluded with a panel discussion with New York City journalists about reliable sources. The event was very well attended, and we had good turnout from both established Wikimedians and from newcomers, illustrating that there is a lot of interest in Wikipedia in the New York City area. Next, I'd like to highlight the submission process for NYC 400. We created a website for the project at 400nyc.org. This website had a short description of what the Wikimedia NYC 400 project was, and had a submission form shown here with several questions for people to fill out if they wanted to submit something. First, what was the name of the nominee or the place? Next, why did you nominate this person or place? Then, can you provide any references or reputable sources to support your nomination? Very important. Next, which category, person, or neighborhood best represents your nominee? And then, if the nominee is a person, is the individual currently living? And then, finally, at the bottom, would you be interested in volunteering to help create or update Wikipedia profiles for the nominees? The submissions then passed to a committee for review. So now let's take a look at the results of our initiative. Submissions for NYC 400 were open for about 3 months. Several steps were taken in order to attract submissions from the community. To advertise, there was a central notice that was up for a few days on Wikipedia. In addition, we did outreach on various social media platforms, such as Instagram, for example. And then we sent out emails on the mailing list to chapter members and whoever else was on the NYC mailing list. We received over 1,000 submissions from both the public and from partner organizations that we worked with. Of the partner organizations we worked with for NYC 400, the New Amsterdam History Center submitted the biggest list of submissions from a single partner organization. We got submissions from both established Wikimedians and from newcomers, once again highlighting that there was massive interest from the community. Next, I'd like to take a look at how the final list was selected. Each submission that we received was carefully reviewed and selected by a jury consisting of experts from various renowned NYC institutions, such as, for example, the Museum of the City of New York, the New York Times, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and NYU. Each jury member with either expertise, deep knowledge, or interests related to the nominations was responsible for reviewing the part of the nomination list that corresponded to their area of expertise or interest. The jury evaluated the submissions and scored them according to the following criteria. First, notability. This means notability in the Wikipedia sense, as in, are there published reliable secondary sources that talk about the submission? Notability is not necessarily the same thing as popularity. Next was the submission based in or connected to New York City. Then we also wanted to look at the significance of their contributions. If it was a person, what kind of impact did they have on the city, and what exactly did they do to achieve that? And then we also evaluated how the submission was represented on Wikipedia currently, or even if it was at all. According to these criteria, the entries were scored. and the top scored entries became the final list of 400. The final list was published on Wikipedia. You can view it yourself at WP:NYC 400. This list includes both existing articles and red links, so some of the entries don't have an article yet, and you might be the one to create it. Starting in mid-July of this year, Wikimedia NYC organized multiple events to start working on the NYC 400 list. The first of these was the NYC 400 Women Do News Editathon, which was a collaboration with the Women Do News group. We did several further events as well, including the NYC 400 Wiknick at Washington Square Park, which was part of the Great American Wiknick, an annual North American tradition, and also the NYC 400 Wikipedia Nueva York Editathon, which was a collaboration with the NYU Latinx project. And this series is still ongoing for the rest of the year. And in fact, the WikiConference North America editing challenge this year includes updating or creating an article for one of the list entries. So now let's look at the impact and what were takeaways that we learned. Here's a few examples of articles that were created and or improved as a result of NYC 400. First, we have the Nyack Tract, a Lenape settlement in what is now Brooklyn. This article was created by Richard Ferros, who is in the audience here right now. Then also Mary Perot Nichols, a New York City journalist who was at the Village Voice. And also Ray Torrey Angola, who was the first person of African descent to petition the legislature as an individual. The public submission process that we did for NYC 400 was something that we hadn't really done much of before. So this was a great first step into a new frontier. In addition, we also had some unexpected positive outcomes from this too. Because we had increased emphasis on neighborhood-centric content, this provided an impetus for hyper-local tech platforms to join us. We had mobile tools and games created as part of the Wiki Game Jam event held earlier this month, for example. We had also public library wiki kiosks set up, and of course, Wikispore also benefited from the project. Wikispore is a new project for testing new project ideas. So now let's take a look at the submissions themselves. The people making submissions, as I mentioned before, consisted of both established Wikimedians and of newcomers. This is a positive sign showing that we can get a broad set of submissions from the broader NYC community as a whole. We received some very good submissions from many new people that covered topics that we might not have gotten the idea to write about on our own. For example, we got several submissions from the New York City arts community, which we might not have gotten if it wasn't for NYC 400. People submitted a lot of lists of unknown people from particular fields. This is good for getting ideas, but also at the same time, it was a little difficult to convey the nuances of Wikipedia policy with the submission format. Mm-hmm. So some of the people submitting might not have exactly understood what it takes to make a Wikipedia article.
Right.
In addition, a lot of people submitted from areas of interest or cultural background. For example, there was one person who submitted a list of rabbis from New York City. Overall, the submission process went pretty well. We had good engagement from a lot of institutions in New York City, and we received over 1,000 submissions. It's always a good sign when you're aiming for a specific number and you get higher than that number. However, there were some things that we could have done better that we can look at as areas of future improvement. First off, we could have had a more extended public outreach campaign. The central notice was only up for a few days and could have been there for a bit longer in order to get more people to find NYC 400 through Wikipedia. In addition, we could have made the submissions that we received publicly visible and incorporated some kind of public comment process. This wouldn't have been like a rating system, but would have been a system where people could provide written feedback on entries. We could also have editing drives as thematic weeks or months instead of just singular one-off events. There's still time to do that. So now I'd like to get to what is possibly the most important part of today's presentation: how this project can serve as a model for building up regional knowledge in different areas. In order to know this, we should take a look at what can other cities or regions do to learn from this. The success of NYC 400 illustrates the value of local history in that initiatives seeking participation of the broader community of the city as a whole can have a positive impact on Wikipedia. Anniversaries like this one, such as centennials, come up very often, so there's lots of opportunities to do similar themed list events, for which Wikipedia can be a very good meeting ground. For example, the Wiki Education Foundation is doing a 250 by 2026 campaign, and there is even more potential for others around the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States. Now I'd like to look at what exactly can cities do for events like this to be successful. In order to get public participation for your event, it's important to have a strong advertising campaign. To do this, make use of any and all tools that you can think of. For example, social media, mailing lists, and even putting up flyers around. You'd be surprised what people will show up to if they see a flyer for something. In addition, for getting outreach, it's important to have institutional partners in your city. Places like libraries and museums are a good place to start, as well as universities. In addition, the events should be kept at a reasonable and realistic scale which your city's community can achieve. You should take into account how many of you are already present in the city and who can administer the campaign and participate in it. Once you start actually working on the list of articles, once you have it, it's important to maintain energy and enthusiasm in the volunteers by setting up regular meetings. It's always good for people to see one another in person so that they're not just text on a screen. I hope I've convinced you that through involving the broader community of a city, it's possible to build up the online representation of that city's local knowledge. Strong partnerships with local organizations can contribute to driving this goal forward with even greater success. By doing more initiatives similar to NYC 400 across North America and elsewhere, and actively seeking new partnerships, we can find new ways to together strengthen and expand open knowledge. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Hypothetically speaking, if another chapter in the United States wanted to try this, would you be willing to loan them someone to serve as an advisor, maybe?
Sure, yes, absolutely. I mean, I'd even be willing to do it if you want.
Oh, yeah, great. See?
Yes.
Yeah, a question I have. I tried to, in my own community, get interest from people who do have a lot of knowledge, who can input, submit things to Wikipedia, but they don't seem to have any interest. They don't understand what Wikipedia is all about. And I find a hard time trying to, illustrate that to them. So if you have any sort of tools or suggestions, I would love to hear.
Yes, that is a great question. Now, in order to, I guess, get people interested in Wikipedia, and I guess it's important to first illustrate that, yes, in fact, they can contribute to this. A lot of people might seem intimidated by the fact that Wikipedia is so big and, already has... Doesn't Wikipedia already have everything? Somebody once asked me.
But
No.
Some of them just don't even recognize it exists, even though they'll search, see the link, go into it. They're not seeing it's Wikipedia.
Yes, and that obviously is a very big issue, considering how many of the big search engines make use of Wikipedia's information. And I guess the way to fix that is, well, we should all advocate for Wikipedia more in our communities, and if you have someone that's, you know, with the public face of Wikipedia, not really completely public face, but somebody who's out there and advocates for Wikipedia and is someone that people know, then I guess that humanizes Wikipedia more and leads people to realize that yes, there are people, many of us, who are building this. Yes.
I had a question, and mentioned it there, but do you have any tips or suggestions for reaching out to local organizations or institutions, aside from just cold calling them?
Yeah, that's a great question. In order to reach out to local institutions, besides just cold calling them, I guess it is helpful if you already have contact with people in local institutions that may or may not already be Wikipedians. If they're not, then if they know you, then you know it might be easier to make contact with them. And yeah, I suppose.
Does the foundation have any resources for things like that?
I'm not with the foundation, but I'm sure that they do.
Perhaps not directly. I mean, I guess something like my experience has been to try to, well, if you have any local contacts, you know, use them. And if not, you should go through their staff list and find the most Wikipedia adjacent people.
Yes. Yeah.
I will say that
Hi.
to tag on to what was just said, I'm the partnerships manager for Wikimedia DC, so we handle the DMV region and beyond. Obviously, cold calling is not ideal, but we've gotten 50% of our partners that way. But the big thing is, and it's a lot of our presentation tomorrow about maintaining partnerships, is you have to come prepared with your metrics in hand. That's right. Obviously, the name recognition helps, and showing people what the impact is. My email's not very long, but it's got, you know, here's the impact, here's what this can do, this is how it can drive things to your resources that you have, linked to some of the very, you know, high profile and high performing projects like Wikimedia New York City is doing, and linked to some of those things. Sometimes you just have to know when to give up. I mean, I've had people that, you know, are interested, but then nobody comes to events. But then I have one person who's just that type of, like we've talked about before, having that wiki personality that thinks it's interesting, and they become a strong partner. So I wouldn't poo-poo cold calling too much, but just come with those stats. It helps a lot.
I'd like to talk to you about that. I've been trying to convince the local library into that, and there's just no interest.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, but you can only do what you can do, but getting those stats in.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Yeah.
Yes.
I looked at this list at NYC 400 when it was first made available, and my impression when I looked at it was that it was really New York City's greatest hits. You know, it was like really important landmarks, and I was confused because many of the entries on that list that I looked at, the articles in Wikipedia appeared very full, very complete. I could not identify gaps. And so I thought the point of the list was to kind of highlight articles that were missing or articles that had very significant gaps. And when I looked at the completed list, it was not that. It was the greatest hits. It was not the biggest gaps.
Well, I guess to that point, at least the section about people, a little more so than the section about neighborhoods, does still have a lot of red links. So there are plenty of missing articles there. In addition, some of the neighborhoods are red links, and I could identify some articles on the neighborhood list that were in need of improvement. For example, several Staten Island neighborhoods. Yes, Staten Island is part of New York City. And yeah, so overall, I can understand where you're coming from with this, and there are some of the neighborhood articles that are pretty developed. And I guess maybe the reason those had been submitted was because of the updated aspect. Some of the information, it is possible some of the information could be out of date, though I haven't looked at some of these. But
yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is in order for it to be useful at an editathon, there should be a column that kind of really highlights the gaps to help the potential editors focus on the true gaps.
Yes, absolutely. At a lot of the editathons I've been to, the organizers have prepared a list of open tasks for people to focus on at them, such as pages that need to be created or articles that are missing information or things like that. And definitely when putting together events focused on editing articles in the list, it would be useful to have such a task list, but the task list itself is often a separate sheet of paper and not part of the list on Wikipedia. Yes, in the back.
Yeah, I'm guessing that this is part of a lot of talks and initiatives about like targeting the underrepresentation of certain populations on Wikipedia, and I think it's really wonderful. What I really appreciated about this project and presentation is I'm contrasting it with some maybe options that are like, oh, if we have underrepresentation, let's just use AI, and I just like that your approach is like, oh, let's go talk to the people who are maybe not represented. But my question is, what are there any conversations or and if so, what are they like with the people who are, everyone's clearly trying to, well, there's people who want to increase the voices for people who are underrepresented on Wikipedia. But from this perspective, what is that what are the voices working with this approach? Like, what are the conversations like with people who are maybe considering AI instead?
What are conversations like with people that are considering AI instead? Well, I guess one thing I can say about that is that, well, AI is not very good at finding gaps. It's because it's first and foremost tries to give you an answer to something regardless of whether that answer is necessarily correct. So in terms of finding gaps, you would need a specially designed AI if you were going to go that route, and that is going to be more difficult to do than just asking ChatGPT.
Oh, sorry.
So,
My question is, what are the conversations like with the people who are using that approach or believe that? So like, there's people like your team that believe in talking to the people and have done so.
Oh, yes. I haven't really had many conversations with the people thinking of using AI myself. I would be interested in knowing like who is saying this and what kind of approach they're proposing. I would be interested in knowing this, but I personally have not had any conversations with people who have suggested such an approach.
Well, I hope they're interested in your approach. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, any further questions? Okay. All right, is the next presenter in the room yet? Because there's one more session scheduled for here.
Portraits, I think?
Yeah, portraits.
Kevin? That was great. Oh, that was fun.
Thank you.
I did a Wikipedia article. Yeah, it's fun.
And in the process of doing it,
It's not the
Oh, cool.
So I can see that.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
And she's now the minister, Patricia Singletary. Patricia is Singletary. My
I thought that went pretty well. Got some good discussion from audience members.
We can hear, I like your cadence, I think your every word.
Thank you.
Some speakers, the rhythm is off, and they don't have a rhythm, or they don't know feeling, but your cadence is like, man, this is. Because I hear from cadence, I don't know.
I mean, this is definitive. What would I add?
Right, it's funny, I mean, every word you say. There's some of them, it's like a scramble I have to, that was good. You have to do right pauses.
And that's why like Village is documented, you know, so that's the highest stuff, you know, and it's great.
And also, you might want to check out, make sure, learn about the I started
They have a sandbox.
Or the guys who really in that had to get actually out of the know what's important. It's called Land of the Black. I didn't like the article, but I took the article.
Out our time for wiki portraits, and luckily Kevin had multiple things that are all being compressed.
Wikilo's Monuments is now technically under WikiPortraits, so it's all the same
good.
realm.
All right,
Yeah.
so we'll just are we here for wiki portraits? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So wiki portraits. We're here. There were and people in the back. Say hello. Yay! From Afrocrowd. All right. So Kevin, Jenny, Andrew, we have half an hour, right? So we're doing this quickly. Okay. So our mission. This is just an overview we had an hour and a half yesterday, but now we have much less than that. Okay. Our mission. So WikiPortrait's mission is to improve photos of people and cultural events on Wikimedia. We've been to the Nobel Prizes. This is actually one of our better examples of a before picture and an after picture of a Nobel laureate.
The one before was, I think, a Zoom call screenshot.
Yes, this is another Nobel laureate before and after. And so some of the kind of overview of what we've done. Eurovision, sent for photographers from Switzerland, Poland, and U.S. Thanks in large part to Wikimedia Switzerland, because Eurovision was in Basel. So these are some of their photos. This is, we call him QJT. He is a professional photographer who just rolls with us and is a fantastic photographer. So some of our best photos are out of Eurovision, which is of broad interest to all of the European language wikis. It's kind of great. And what? Is he running? Is he running for the board? Is this Wojtek? Okay, so he's running for the board. One of two Polish people in the board member candidates remaining. gone to the Cannes Film Festival. There are many. This is many Wiki Portraits photographers, including those from Germany. And God bless the Germans because they were doing Wiki Portraits before Wiki Portraits. So we help them get credentials. This is Gabe Hutchinson, also a professional photographer who lives in Canada and just rolls with us in part because we could get him red carpet photography credentials, even though he was credentialed but not for the red carpet. And so that if he rolled with us, he got that. This is my photo of the Palme d'Or winner with a little tiny camera, just because this was not as press, but just kind of someone had a ticket and I got in. And we also take a lot of photos at Cannes of folks, not just on the red carpet. So Art Basel, also God bless Switzerland. This is Vera de Kock, who is, what is her title?
Media laureate?
Media
Contributor
of the Year. And she is also very talented in metadata. She is cleaning up our metadata right now. This is Art Basel, it was sort of Basel Africa, or Africa Basel, I think. This is all kinds of weird body contortions out of there. Okay, actually one of our most fun kind of partnerships has been with AfroCrowd. Our goal is to get 1,000. We're getting there, we upload them. 1,000 photos of unique people representing Black excellence. I think we're getting very close. So we sent 7 photographers from the USA and just took lots of wonderful photos everywhere. And there are lots more. Yes?
So, of course, you guys introduced yourselves as Wiki Portraits earlier, but who are you guys for the folks who are newer here in the room?
Oh, yeah. You haven't introduced yourself yet. Yeah. I don't know. Andrew. Who are we? He's the person who, wrestled the gun away.
Wrestling people.
Yeah.
Wow, how do we say? So Kevin and I are involved with Wikimedia DC. I do a lot of glam work with Smithsonian and other folks. And just like the 20-second pitch for Wiki Portraits, we found ourselves kind of haphazardly taking photos. I love taking portraits of book festivals here and a show there. And we said, combined forces with Jenny, who's always gone to South by Southwest, said, hey, why don't we do this in a methodical way next year at South by Southwest. We had a studio, we actually invited people to come by the studio to take photos, and then started the seed, and all this started snowballing, and as Jenny said, other people have done portrait projects before, but this is the first kind of international collaboration that we've had, and I think it's been very successful.
And we've done a lot more. Oh, wait, Kurt, you.
Yeah.
I'm Kevin, been a Wikipedia contributor since 2007 with DC, as Andrew mentioned. I edit less these days, do more event organizing, Wikilove's monuments, like I mentioned. I've helped organize WikiConference North America, and then Wiki Portraits has been taking up most of my time these days.
So much time. And I'm Jenny. I also have been sucked down the Wiki Portraits rabbit hole, and I'm very good at logistics. So that's my thing. The Jennyverse is full of organizing people to do things in mass, and so that is who we are. And I've totally random. I've known Andrew for years because his second cousin is my best friend from Chinese camp.
Interesting.
When I was yeah.
That must have been a crazy. I've seen you.
Yeah, I know because they spell their last names differently. It's actually kind of wacky. And yes.
So is Wiki Portraits an independent, I don't know what would you call it, an affiliate, or is
we
it?
We are not an affiliate because AFCOM is on pause
We could be an affiliate. We kind of operate like an affiliate. We get funding from the foundation, but we're not officially an affiliate. We haven't gone through the application.
We can't do part of that board vetting and whatever Berlin thing or whatever. But there are no affiliates. There are no new affiliates for the time being. So we've gotten little grants from UK, Wikimedia UK, Wikimedia Italy, Wikimedia Canada, and Wikimedia Norway for various things. And we have everyone, all the people taking photos. You can see, here's one of these other, before and afters. Ooh, wow. Yes.
Crazy globs.
Pulitzer Prize. He did win the Pulitzer Prize. Among our projects, Wiki Portrait Studio, where we go actually and systematically take photos of people in a studio format. And
that's Rosie.
That's Rosie. Yeah.
Rosie.
Yeah, we converted her to be a photographer.
Queen of cat photos.
Also, we did it at Wikimania in Nairobi.
and all kinds of fun things. And among the things we do are mentoring and teaching. Maybe we'll see. Oh, this is actually really fun. This is in Nairobi. Actually, I don't think I added the Dandora photos in because we're okay. I think.
I can talk about that real quick.
Yeah. Talk about it real quick. Okay. Oops.
So this is John actually at the top. You've probably seen him around doing the cinematography, taking video. We met one of the photographers at Wikimedia who was doing the Wiki Women's Summit, right? And we, talked with her, and she is actually part of like a local group in Nairobi that does mentoring and teaching youths in Dandora creative skills like photography, art.
Which is what we should mention. So Dandora is, I hate the word, it's a slum. It's technically a slum by UN standards because of the amount of running water or lack thereof, and then lack of permanent structures. And they run a program.
They run a program to teach about 20 to 30 young adults and maybe teenagers how to do photography, but they had no working camera. It's kind of hard to teach photography when you don't have a working camera. So we went to Dandora, met with the kids. John did a great little teaching on how to do photos. And then we used some funding we had to get them a new camera, or a new lens.
It's a new lens. They didn't have a working camera because the lens was cracked. Yeah. Got a new lens, gave them a new camera, and then I just went around and like DM'd my alumni groups and said, who has old DSLRs they can get rid of? And so we have a bunch of those that we will ship off. We will ship off to Kenya somehow. We still are trying to figure that part out. Very hard, by the way, to send them, and people have made some donations. Very hard to send money to Kenya. I still haven't. Wise, M-Pesa, Western Union, still trying to figure it out.
Can I show the Dandora article? Or is that
yes, go for it. I don't know what you're doing, but go for it.
So.
Oh yeah, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying.
When we learn more about Dandora, the 3 photos currently on the Wikipedia article are all of just pure garbage. And there's hundreds of thousands of people, I think, living in this community, and this is our media representation of their neighborhood, right? So our goal is to work with young adults and kids to help them document their community, take photos, upload them under free licenses, and then help them actually illustrate their community as it actually is. And that's a work in progress right now.
Yeah. Do we have the yes?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Clicker. So we just kind of appropriated our. If it hadn't been for yesterday, these would be updated. But this basically is our Nairobi.
So these are photos the young adults and kids have been taking in Dandora of local farming, agriculture, wildlife, artwork, things people are selling, crafting, building, and these are all on their free license. So we're going to be importing these from Flickr to Wikimedia Commons to help them illustrate their local community.
In part, they don't have uploading ability. Great. So we kind of have to centralize. We have to do a different process to get them, and I will have beautiful photos of that in our next presentation. So we train folks wherever they happen to be in their career, whether or not you're starting from I take photos with a cell phone to you're what I would call high amateur. And we have 64 or so WhatsApp groups. So many, New York, London, DC. There's one in Australia. There's one, in LA. We also have interest groups. There's Wiki Portraits and Music. There's a nerd Wiki Portraits Gear talk. There's
Francophone, which I don't know what
yeah, Francophone. Yeah, Francophone. There's a Spanish one. There is Switzerland, obviously very active because we have all of Switzerland. We have also sports, which is Wiki Sportraits, and then there is
awesome.
Yeah, and then and it's super fun, and they're very active. And I don't love Meta, but it is a great way to get conversations started, among people from around the world. Yes, there was a question.
It says 26 this month.
Well, this was last year. So one of the things that we've done, we worked with New York to do a Wiki Curious event, which is just to bring folks out through the lens of photography. Because we do think that photography is a kinder, gentler way to onboard people into the current day of Wikiverse, in part because it's less controversial.
You had a question back there too? Or
yeah, so what makes a Wiki Portraits different from possibly if I were to go to a concert and if I took a picture of someone performing and put it on Commons? Like, what would
Yeah,
be the
so
difference between that?
I
What's it
will
kind
tell
of-
you, since I spent a lot of time with the music people. So one, a lot of concerts prevent you from taking cameras with interchangeable lenses. So basically what what we think of as a camera. So you very likely wouldn't even be able to go to like a real big concert. And then we have a very active head of Wiki Portraits Music out of the UK who basically works to get photographers credentialed for the concert, which basically means you're in the pit, like right up front. And you, the rule, as I've discovered, is 3 songs, no flash, and then you're done, or 10 minutes, no flash, and then you're done. Yes.
One additional thing you do is press passes.
Yes.
Yeah, that could be.
Our little press passes, our little passes. Anyway, we'll get to that. Wiki Portraits meet people where they are. And it's not just photos. We teach photographers to edit and editors to photograph. Here's an example. These are both people who started more as editors who are more photographers. This is a photographer who we're now teaching to edit. And we, as a result, actually, because we teach some of these, because photographers want their photos to be on articles. So if there's not an article and the person is notable, most likely because they were at some kind of fancy red carpet or they were on a panel, we now actually have a whole we created a whole class of articles, which is, this article is created or significantly improved as part of Wiki Portraits because we wanted to track for the metrics, because that is how you get funding. And so that's really fun. And also, just to give some context, we wanted to give a shout, because this was originally in a Wikimedia context, we wanted to make sure to emphasize that a lot of groups, especially Deutschland, they were doing the Berlin Film Festival for many years, in 2016. And then Ghana was awesome because they were credentialed for the African Games, which is very important because that is actually a precursor for the Olympic Games, which is really hard to get credentialed for. But because we are global, it's like it's done by country, and it's like the process is different country by country. So we're strategically trying to figure out who in the Wiki Portraits world is most likely to get credentialed. And I think our best bets right now are Switzerland, Norway, and Armenia.
For context, most events you apply for credentialing maybe a few months before. Olympics, it's 2 years.
2 years. So we would apply for 2028, starting in 2026. And
where are they in 2028?
LA.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So far, yeah. So also, World Cup coming up. One of us, there's someone in our crew who is credentialed for the World Cup, mostly because he's already a professional photographer, and from Armenia. So what do we provide? People who are already Commons photographers. So badges. So our Wiki Portraits badges. We bought a badge printer because Kevin likes printing things.
They're annoying because there's no consumer grade badge printer. There's only enterprise, so we got like a nice cheap open box one. And we have custom security holograph stickers.
Yes.
that Wiki
Printed from Italy. Now would be stuck in customs or something.
That's true.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's not just portraits. You were showing the community in Kenya, so you were showing just,
Yeah.
community life. Well, it's not
Yeah.
just portraits.
Yes, I would say that is probably unusual in that way because it's Wiki Portraits mentoring, and then those people are taking mostly not. Though I think we're trying to give them the money to go to Mombasa for a cultural festival.
I would say also like we've slowly expanded our scope to not just people but culture, the culture around people. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Things happen. You want to report that. Particular institutions that have a particular business, very important for that community for decades.
So people with their badges, woo, there we go.
People look familiar.
This is our head of music. Yes, Saul's on it, like and then folks that who are also already taking photos that we met in Wikimedia.
Wikimedia, yeah.
Saving on shipping.
Okay, the other thing we can help existing photographers with is credential and assignment letters. So we have a whole very nice template, including basically getting folks to, I think we're trying to get to COP, which is the big climate change. That one's a little bit hard because it's like middle of nowhere and very expensive, but we have budget for him if we did get credentialed. It's very cute because we get like little Wikipedia like areas on the red carpet.
Next to Getty, next to Associated Press.
Yeah.
They get surprised too. Like I've had Getty folks be
Yes.
like, "Wikipedia's here."
Yes. Yes, this
Competing
is
with them because our
Seattle.
images are free.
So this is Seattle International Film Festival. I know it's tricky. We're like zero threat to Getty in the sense that Getty like takes the photos and they're like uploaded within seconds. Kevin is probably still uploading from Sundance in January. Yeah, so we're very long tail.
What was the Las Vegas address? What was that?
That is the nonprofit. That is where the sort of fiscal sponsor is. If that makes sense. We just need we need an address. That's where it is. Also, very like if you're going to choose to do a nonprofit, there's certain kind of states that are better. DC is good. Las Vegas, like Nevada is good.
We don't have a physical office yet, but maybe one day.
No.
So it's a crash pad. It's a couch, or
basically.
Oh, there is a nonprofit there, and then WikiPortraits is just one of it's now a DBA. WikiPortraits as well. There's Rosie, and if we had more budget, I would get more Wikipedia hats. I think I'm still trying to figure out.
So where was that, Rosie?
Rosie, what's
the event?
Poetry Festival.
And
then
Rosie's been rocking covering
dozen
literature festivals mostly in the West.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
And then and we also can provide email aliases. Equipment exchange. That's really nice. So. Safar?
Yeah, Safar. He had been doing basketball in Turkey.
That's right.
And it's hard to do basketball because you need like a very fast lens. People are moving. And he was uploading thousands of photos.
5,000.
The shots, I mean, they were decent, but they were often just of
people standing.
Yeah, they were just basketball players standing because when they start moving, he couldn't get the right shot, right? They'd be very blurry. And we realized the issue was he needed a new lens.
Or fast lens.
Explain that again. I didn't get it.
Fast lens.
Oh, sorry. Like if someone's moving quickly in basketball, you need like pretty good equipment.
You need very good equipment
to get a good photo of them, right? Otherwise, they're going to be blurry. There's going to be motion blur.
So therefore, his photos, there was voluminous numbers of photos of people standing at sporting events, and I was like, there's something off here. And then I think luckily with all of our photos, we can see the specs of what it was shot on, and then just basically kind of pinged a bunch of our photographers and said, what is he shooting with, and is it good enough? Like, is it fast enough for sports? And the answer was no. And so then we worked back and forth with him to basically figure out what the best lens to get that would do what he needed to do on the camera that he had. And
So we basically have a bank of equipment, kind of long-term loan to photographers who needed to cover certain types of events.
Yeah, and he's done a lot of like jazz festivals. He's on it in Istanbul, so it was a very kind of good thing to sort of empower him with. Otherwise, it's like hours and hours of work, and then just darker photos and whatnot, and software. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Commons Gallery. I know. Who knows? Like this is it.
Well, so about 70, I'd say 70 to 80% of photographers are not wiki people, right? More. Most of our photographers are external to Wikimedia, and Wikimedia Commons is their first entry into the Wikiverse. And something you often need when you apply for events, for credentials, is a portfolio. And there's not a really simple, easy way for Commons photographers to make portfolios in the style of Flickr or Instagram. You can make, sub-pages, but that takes some technical knowledge. So we got funding again from Wikimedia Switzerland, so thanks to them, to create a separate platform called Commons Gallery, which I'll probably change the name because that causes confusion. But the URL is literally commons.gallery. And basically integrates with the Wikimedia Commons API, so you can log in with your Wikipedia account and set up these portfolios. You can put a nice header banner, a description, tags, and kind of create a nice, sexy media gallery without kind of the fluff of like MediaWiki surrounding it, right? So anyone on Commons can log into this and set up a gallery, and I encourage you to try it out if you have photos.
Yes, and then travel support.
Question?
Yeah, I actually run a photography meetup in North Jersey. I sort of show up, 25 photographers and all that.
Yes.
I try to get them interested. They see no interest in doing anything for Wikipedia.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I totally. What's been nice for us is that two things drive our volunteer acquisition. One is we've gotten a decent amount of press coverage. So the BBC did a piece on us, and then suddenly you see it, and if it speaks to you, you find our website, you click on volunteer, and they kind of fill it. There were days after we're probably getting 20 people signing up per day, and we were just drowning. And the other thing that's actually really nice is word of mouth. So like they on the carpet in like the New York Film Festival or at Cannes or at Toronto, people will talk to each other and like, oh, like because most of the photographers who are there for Getty are only part-time Getty. And then so just through word of mouth, I would say like maybe 10% of our photographers have come because someone else personally referred them.
Well, maybe
I think your experience is not unique. And the reason why we worked with Kevin to create the Commons Gallery is it looks a lot like Pinterest, it looks like Instagram. It's much more what a photographer's used to seeing.
Well, they have their own sort of portfolio pages.
Yeah.
They have used Adobe.
Just note
portfolio.
two things. When you visit commons.wikimedia.org, it's more than 50% text.
Yeah.
There is not a lot of visual content when you visit Commons, right? So it doesn't strike you as that we want your multimedia, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's already part of the problem. And
Well,
number two,
Commons
if you
dot
try to
gal.
upload something to the Commons, you get asked tons and tons and tons of questions with weird things like CC by essay 3.0. It's so intimidating, right? So as we're saying that the WhatsApp group is so great. It's almost like an emotional support group, right? People's like, I got a photo, what do I do? I'm like, no problem, we'll walk you through it, we'll do everything for you.
Someone reverted my changes.
Yeah.
To me.
Whereas if you're on Comments, you're just like, I'm alone, I'm confused, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, they don't want to bother.
They don't want to bother. Exactly.
Say for a photography group, this kind of model, the appeal could be, we'll get you to cool events, right? If it's just, hey, upload your photos from your backlog to Commons, they're kind of like, what's the incentive? Right. In this context, it's like, if you have a cool event in mind that you want to go photograph, go experience.
Like a concert.
Yeah, we can help you get credentials, you can take photos, enjoy your hobby. Also, you just got to upload them to Commons, right? So there's some sort of incentive there, I think.
Are you interested in his, like one's back portfolio from past events as well?
Absolutely.
Other portraits by Wiki Portraits Photographers category.
Okay.
And we sometimes actually say,
our Tom Cruise photo. Can't do that.
we'll help you more get to events if you do upload some of your backlog.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
I have decades of photos.
Just so I don't forget, I'm rescinding what I said earlier about attracting journalists to a degree, which is people want to go to things that aren't on their beat and they can't get an assignment or they can't prove to the venue or event that they cover this. That would attract a lot of
I would say like
journalists.
we are pretty successful. Like our 2 white whales, Met Gala and Oscars, we haven't gone yet, but everything else we probably have gone.
To your point, 2 of our professional photographers are wedding photographers, and I think to them, they're kind of tired of doing weddings. So these are more exciting events for them to do, even though they're doing it as volunteers. It's just something fresh for them.
They're already making money off of something else.
But there's no travel. Are you providing travel too, or no?
Sometimes it depends. It's like case by case. Yeah, it often depends on if they have a lot of stuff that they've uploaded from their back catalog. That's where we have gaps. Like we can talk, kind of thing. Generally, the base rule is is housing, and then we kind of work backwards from that.
We encourage photographers to cover local events, and then if you do enough of that, then you have a good reason to go to a more major event where we do provide
Venice.
lodging.
Yeah. Okay. Communities. We provide community, virtual and IRL. This is Cannes. This is Essence Festival. This is in Paris, Locarno, London, out of South by Southwest, Basel.
Oh, you guys get everywhere.
Yeah. I'm so tired. Wiki Sports. So these are some of our best, because I don't know where people are getting these photos from, but they're I think Snapchats out of
Looks like a big
YouTube or something.
And
then we have one of my greatest triumphs is Wiki Portraits, which is he was appointed. We had a photo of him as a bishop from 16 years ago, and I was like, we need to get a photo of the new pope. But it's actually really hard because you can't get credentialed for the Vatican unless you live in Rome. So we couldn't even send a photographer from Venice. So lots of Googling and Twitter kind of hunting, and we found a photographer. Well, no. He was a reporter for a Catholic newsletter who was credentialed for the Vatican, and his outlet had given him a new EOS Rebel something and was like, good luck. And so when we found him, he was I don't know what was going on, but wasn't shooting in RAW, like all the settings are
Oh.
wrong. So we managed to help him get everything, and then kind of advice on like what lens to use and whatever. So there was a press availability, and that photo, his set of photos is probably viewed like 75 to 100 million times in like that month. And as a new photographer, that's kind of fun. So that is so this is one of the original photos that he had taken. It was taken only in JPEG, which is why it's so low res. And now we have calculated that more than 1 out of every 200 page views globally on Wikipedia has a WikiPortraits photo on it. That makes sense. So that's it. Yeah.
If you're a commons photographer and interested, please fill out our volunteer form or just send us an email or come find any of us.
So are you tracking usage outside of?
We don't track it, but there is.
I mean, we've seen it in the what? You've seen other shots in the wild? And
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all the
Far
time.
Out magazine in the UK uses a lot of
us.
our music shots.
Far Out.
CNN Brazil, a lot of.
Stephen King's in it. You use a lot. I have a photo of him that gets used.
It's actually really interesting to see like what's happening in the world by like which photos get used.
I have a photo of Orlando Bloom and Katy Perry, and when they broke up, my photo got so much use.
Probably brought on more than 100 new contributors. So that's not including people who are already Wikipedians, which is probably another like 30 or so that are like doing this. So I think that's it. Do we hit our time?
Chris? Outside of the BBC article, which I remember learning about, and we were all very excited about it when, when that news came down, what other outreach efforts would you say have been most successful at supporting your ability to reach photographers and also just kind of create a network of possibility for your ability to access some of the events you've been able to go to?
So like even here, like the Hari, who's the photographer, the nice tall Indian guy. I think just hearing word of mouth. He saw my the Wiki Women Summit thing, and he's like, I have 15 years of concert photography that I own the rights to, and so they get it. I think a lot of photographers like totally get it, and so there's that. We've also had like success finding people who are already active on Commons. So Philip Romano was just. Like, actually, the way that we found him, we were at South by, and we're like, should we send a photographer to Mark Cuban's talk? And then we're like, all right, let's see the state of his photo. And then we see it, and it's like a really good photo, and it's not by us, and we're like kind of confused. And so then we click through, and then there's this guy named Philip Romano photo, and then like we click through that, and he has like basically like high caliber photos going way back, including a lot of Broadway red carpet.
It's a lot of Broadway.
And then I basically found his personal website, Googled him, and basically sent an email that was like, hey, if you're already doing this, if you want to join us, feel free, and if you don't, it's totally cool too. And he and just kind of rolled with us. He was also really interesting because he knew how to get credentialed for red carpets for Broadway, but at that point he had left his Broadway World job and didn't have an entity to credential him. So he was very good at just like self-credentialing. Once we gave him the template and like delivered the guy who won Best Supporting Actor this year for Real Pain, who was also on Succession. Like he has like a lot of really good photos because oftentimes for red carpets it's not just the stars, but like all their famous buddies.
Jeremy Strong?
No,
Strong, yeah.
no, the other one.
The other one.
Dalton.
Yeah, Hawk. So you have a good photo of him, and then.
Even at events like when we were at the Toronto Film Festival, we recruited or at least saw interest from a couple of photographers working for a very large stock photo agency I won't name. But just going to these events, people get interested in what we're doing. They see Wikipedia, or you're like, oh, I didn't know Wikipedia does that.
Yeah,
you work for Wikipedia? It's like, no, we're volunteers, and you can join us, right? I don't know if we're ready for another BBC article. It's a lot of work.
It was like a lot.
Sure.
It was like 100, maybe like 200 emails, of which maybe we kept 100. But
But it sounds like a lot of deliberate outreach to like highly skilled individuals that you believe are have some potential and maybe interest in your purpose and
Sometimes
goals
on
as an
Flickr.
organization.
Sometimes you'll find them on Flickr.
And it's not for everyone, right? Like it takes a certain type of person, certain type of situation where someone's able to donate time to this sort of, activity, right?
Sure.
But another thing that we will do is, like we said, we meet people where they are. So another thing is you start with someone who's like a college photographer for their newspaper, and then you help, like, can you come to TIFF? If you do, we'll start them with some of the easier red carpets there. Like there's a hard red carpet at the Toronto Film Festival, and there's sort of some easier ones. And so if they can get themselves there, then we can kind of help them get up to speed.
As Jenny said, start local. Like if anyone wants to start, just go to your local book signings, local book festivals. We love those. That's the long tail of folks we don't have photos for, and we'd love to have photos for. Right?
I got lots of people shooting pictures around Jersey City, all local events, all the time for years.
That's right. He's right.
Yes, and I'm going to say, there's opportunity for support and back-end work with this. So it's like these photos go up, but they're not necessarily categorized for the individual, so that needs to get added in. And then there's the Wikidata work.
So much Wikidata work.
Add the commons category to Wikidata, but add the image to the item, and you may see it pop up in 6 different language Wikipedias.
And then another way would be, we need to cover an event in a location, like the largest Native American art festivals in Santa Fe. And I just couldn't find someone in our network who could fly in. And so I was just like asking my friends who grew up in New Mexico, hey, do you have a friend who is a photographer? And one of them did, and he, God bless him, is a professional photographer who took 200 photos of Native American artists over 3 days, just doing the grind. And then I was like, I owe you a very nice event. And then he was able to go to Busan Film Festival for us, which was also really, really nice, because just all the Asian K-pop stars. I just want to say, I went to a party at Busan Film Festival hosted by UTA, and it was full of beautiful Korean men with porcelain skin and custom made suits, and it was the only party I've ever been where the men were more beautiful than the women, and the women were very, very beautiful. That was my impression of the Busan Film Festival.
But it's a good point. You can be a great Wiki Portraits contributor without taking a photo or uploading a photo. Because we have so many photos that we've uploaded. We haven't put them in articles yet. We haven't put the metadata in. So I will often
Also,
just,
any other
when the
language.
photographers are doing their job, I'll just be in the categories go, oh, this should go into that article. I should add this structured data. And it's really fun just to be on the back end helping out while those folks are doing the field work.
And keywording everything else.
And keywords, exactly. Ariel.
Yeah, to that point, Andrew, I was just looking at something else that's related to a presentation for tomorrow that I'm doing about what we do at Wikimedia DC. And an article that we created, or not we, but somebody created at an event a month ago about a journalist. I was looking at it and I'm like, oh, this looks different. It was a Wiki Portraits image that was just added a week ago.
Yeah.
And it's very
Who is it? The photo, that's so fascinating.
Lori Montenegro is and the photographer is Julio Caesar.
Oh yes, yeah, he is.
Yes, but I mean, as far as an event organizer like me and somebody who does a lot of institutional partnerships and stuff, when you have these new articles that are created, it is quite
Julio's fun.
0 photos out there.
So Julio's great because he was an existing Wikimedia editor, but he also is a videographer for Reuters, and his username is his name is Julio Caesar Chavez, I think, and his username is Julio Caesar Salad. And then and we worked with him. He's also vice president of the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, and we worked with him to do a studio at the National Association of Hispanic Journalists National Conference, which was 150 journalists in a day and a half, which was a hard lift for our, God bless Sarah Joyce in Chicago for that. And then, so yeah, all kinds of ways. And we probably are getting just to the point where we could start absorbing some folks at this point again. Though I think there's a push. I think we're trying to figure out how to get our equipment and funds to Africa, which has been a nightmare and a half in terms of why. If anyone has any idea of how to get money to Kenya.
Rob?
I'm sorry.
You have to kick
we
us
do
out.
have to cut. Yeah, we gotta clear out. But you all are still going to be around, right? So you can answer that question.
Yes.
We also have the reception starting at 6 at the hotel. Hyatt Place, Chelsea. It's the second floor. So continue to have this conversation, mingle over drinks and food there as well.
Yay!
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for making today an amazing 18th
They
birthday
put
for me.
this-